Žeby?
Vitajte v klube.
Slavkovský.
Dnes sa povedeme, čo je v mojom mobile.
Ďalší termín je v piatok.
Typos. Vaše výhry, naša radosť.
Hello again by the 49th Mitropa Cup in Trenčín, Slovakia. We have the final round, the decisive final round, and there are some exciting matches coming up, especially in the men's competition. The situation at the top is very tense, and Germany is leading with 12 points, and in second and third place, in second place is Slovakia, and third place Czech Republic. Both teams have 11 points. The German team is playing against the Czech team. So the winner of this match has chances of winning the Mitropa, as have the Slovaks, who have also 11 points. They have a better score than the Czech Republic, but only by half a point. And they are playing against Hungary, who is in fourth place with 9 points. So even the Hungarians have an outside chance not of winning, but of finishing in second or third place in case they win the match against Slovakia. So this is the situation in the men's tournament, and we'll start with an overview of the men's games. Let's go on to the top match between Germany and the Czech Republic. And here we have the position from game Doyer-Finiek. Well, to be honest, it looks like Doyer didn't play the opening too ambitiously. This is the Grinfeld defense, fianchetto line, symmetrical. And here, okay, queen b3, b3 are attempts to keep the tension. They are perhaps more promising, lead to more complicated play. C takes d5, now knight e5, knight e4, this is pretty much drawish. Pieces start disappearing from the board, and black is doing very much fine here. Queen b6, bishop a3, queen a6. The position remains absolutely symmetrical. Rook fb1. Now black can take the pawn on e2. After bishop e7, we'll play rook fb8. Symmetry remains on the board. Well, the position is like, I would say, is sterile. And I think it's heading for a draw. Well, you have to make 30 moves in the Mitropa or repeat moves earlier. I don't suppose we'll see much excitement. Well, Finiek is thinking because, okay, he is black, he's tempo down, so he doesn't want to give his opponent any chances to make use of this slight edge, but he played rook fb8. Okay, this is also a plausible move. Perhaps not so accurate as bishop takes e2. Now white doesn't have to take on e7, he can continue with bishop c5. But still, even if white would have an advantage, it's very minor. Let's get on to the second board, where we have Vikok playing with white against Köhle. And Vikok decided to play a quiet opening. He feels no need to fight for a big advantage straight out of the opening, and decides to postpone the fight to the middle game. So he plays the Reti opening, and now with d4 we would have a Catalan. White instead plays the double fianchetto. Here black has many viable setups. c5 and knight c6 is one of them. d4 is also possible, quite popular nowadays, this advance. But I think what black played is also very solid. Black counters any pressure on the long white diagonal with a fianchetto of his own. Bishop b2, bishop b7. Now, a more popular move is knight c3 at this point. Knight c3 or e3, and we could play d4. Actually, now black could have taken on c4 and played c5, playing for some imbalance, trying to create hanging pawns for white. It's a big question if they're going to be weak or strong. Köhler he plays a reasonable alternative. He just finishes his development. Knight c3, now c5. And white now played knight e1. Well, okay, this is an interesting try to introduce some tension into the position, to give black a potentially weak pawn on d5. But this is going a knight e1. Knight is maneuvering over to d3 and so, but it takes some time. And black's pieces are quite active, so knight e4 is a reasonable reaction. Now, if white takes on d5, black will take with his pawn. Knight is well placed on e4. Black is not going to exchange it immediately. Then he will put his rooks on the semi-open files on e8, c8. So the position is balanced. Let's go on to board 3. Here we have Ermich playing against Gnojek, and the position looks like a Sicilian, but it started out as a Pertz defense. g6, white plays the sharpest line, f4. I'm not saying the strongest. White has other tries to fight for an advantage. In the Pertz, Pertz is slightly, let's say, offbeat or not so popular opening on the top level. So bishop e3, for example, is a valid try as well. But f4 is definitely the sharpest. Bishop g7, and now this is a big branching point here. Black plays either castles or plays c5. Castling is the sharper line, actually. So Gnojek opted for castling, bishop d3, and now he didn't play knight a c5, d5, knight a6, castles, c5, d5 is a popular line. He played something else. He played knight c6, castles, e5. Now this is an older line. I played this some 30 years ago against Judith Polgar, more than 30, 33 actually. The game ended a draw, but I had a suspicious position, and later Judith improved the line and practically refuted what I played. So here the best is d5. Okay, queen e1 is not really typical. I mean, this is for me it's a new move. I think the standard continuation is to take on e5 and then take twice. F takes e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, and then black can regain the pawn by taking on d5 or taking on e4. I think I played knight takes e4 in that game. Well, queen e1 is a new concept. It's interesting because white transfers the queen to the king side and limits black's options. I mean, if black takes on f4, bishop f4, this only develops white's forces. I think c6 is a sound move. Black is trying to open the center and gain some counterplay. dc6, and now knight takes c6. Now it looks like a Najdorf Sicilian without a6, a combination of the Najdorf and the dragon. I think white is probably better here. There is also such a possibility of playing f5, and after g takes f5, not necessarily take back. I will sacrifice a pawn with knight h4 or bishop g5. All this is interesting. White can also play quietly, king h1, and this is a version of the Sicilian which I don't know. It's slightly better for white, I would say. But okay, it's move 10, and there's a lot of fighting ahead. And this is the last game in which Micha is playing against Schuricht with white, and he also opted for a Reti opening, but a different one. And he doesn't fianchetto his bishop, he plays e3. And the point is, white postpones d4. We will see this from the setup. Knight f6, he plays c4, e6, knight c3. Black continues his development. There are quite a few ways to do this. Black played knight bd7, but just as well you can play b6, you can play bishop d6, you can also play c5, which can lead to some Tarrasch-like positions after cd5, knight d5, d4. Knight bd7 happened, and white leaves the pawn on d2. By fianchettoing his bishop, he leaves the long diagonal open. Black castled, and white played queen c2. White is not in such a hurry to castle. In one of the games in the previous rounds, we saw a plan, I think it was by Moroni against Bajdetsky, where white played rook g1, g4, g5. He actually played for kingside pawn storm without and leaving his king in the center. Now black played b6, and white took on d5. Actually, I'm not too thrilled about b6, because now after taking on d5, which is the most natural reaction, ed5, white's going to play knight b5. And either I get the bishop pair or I win some material. Bishop c5 is just, I don't have to play d4, I can play b4 and then win the c7 pawn. So I'm not too thrilled about this. I think in this position it's better to play a move like a6. And then later on black can take on c4. If white takes with the bishop, then b5, bishop b7. If he takes with the pawn, then I play something like c6 b5 or c5 b6, fianchettoing the bishop. So a6 is a better option here than b6. After cd5, and if black takes with the knight, then white can play knight b5 anyway, getting the bishop pair, or he can opt for something like knight e4. So this was not a very good moment to play b6, I think, and white gets some initiative. Let's move on to the match of the Slovak team against Hungary. Here we have board 1. Bodrogi with white is playing against Jerguš Pechač, and Bodrogi, once again, he played a very solid opening, just like Doyer against Finek. d4, d6. I mean, a d5, c4 is the line d5, c4, c6 is the symmetrical Grünfeld we had. This can be a King's Indian. After c4, it's a King's Indian position. The Hungarian player opted for knight c3, which looks more like a Pirz if white is going to play e4. But black doesn't allow it. The knight on c3 blockades the c pawn, which is important in closed games. So black thinks, okay, I don't mind. I'm going to be 2 tempi down, but your knight on c3 is not ideal. I can waste a move to play d5, stopping e4. And after rook e1, I can stop it even further with knight e4. Well, of course, this invites white to simplify the position. Queen takes d4, queen d4, queen d4, bishop d4, knight e4. And now black played a5. This makes it easier for him to develop The knight can go to a6, it can go also to c6. Depends what white will play. If white feels threatened by a possible a4, a3 advance, he will probably play a4 himself. Then black can continue with knight c6. The position looks pretty much equal. After 11 moves, the queens have been exchanged and the position is symmetrical and equal. Okay, so let's see what's going on the following board. Sahidi is playing with white against Pastor, and he opted for a Catalan. Let's start from move 4. And black plays one of the most solid lines with bishop b4 check. Another one is bishop e7. In some sense they are similar. And the sharper attempts are connected with d takes c4 and then possibly even trying to hold on to the extra pawn on c4. So bishop d2, bishop e7. The point of this maneuver is that the bishop on d2 is not ideally placed. The ideal place for the bishop is on b2, so white, to get the bishop to the long diagonal, has to spend some time to play, let's say, b3, bishop c3, then maybe even bishop b2 so that the knight gets to c3. Well, for the time being, white doesn't have to protect the c4 pawn. Castles, queen c2 immediately. Knight bd7. And now white castled. This is solid. Dubov, the creative Russian grandmaster, played h4 in this position. Okay, this is also interesting. The idea is to perhaps further advance the pawn, even to h6 if it's possible, creating some tension on the king side. Well, of course, it's not for everyone. An absolute majority of the games from this position were continued simply with castling. Catalan, after all, is a rather quiet, solid opening in which white strives for minimal advantage and tries to make it as riskless as possible. c6, bishop f4. Okay, this is also one of the possible moves, although I think rook d1 is played more often. And recently they started trying something like b4. This prevents c5 for the future, expands, gets some space. Okay, it also weakens the c4 square, so invites black to play something like knight b6 to land the knight on c4. So it's double-edged, to say the least. But Samir Sahidi is not interested. He plays a standard move, b6. Now once again, rook d1 is the more popular move. He played knight bd2 immediately. And black reacted with knight h5. Well, I would say now it's more usual to retain the bishop, not to allow an exchange. To play bishop e3. And black can then play f5, can play for a stone wall. No, f5 immediately there is a problem with taking on d5 and queen c6. So he has to play something like maybe a5 and bishop a6 or bishop b7 first. And white then proceeds with this development. Knight on d2, on c3 is better placed. Because one of the reasons is the bishop is not too well placed on e3. We mentioned this, that it's not in the interest of any side to put a minor piece in front of the central pawn. So this is maybe why white decided to abandon the bishop, but now black has no problems whatsoever. Position is symmetrical, black has two bishops. Okay, it's closed, so it's not advantageous for black, but I don't see how white can really fight for an advantage here. Black's bishop on c8, well, formally it's a bad bishop because it's limited by the a6 d5 pawns, but once it lands somewhere on a6, why should it be worse than the good bishop, white's good bishop on g2? White himself will probably offer an exchange of his good bishop. After some bishop a6, white will play e3 and bishop f1. Okay, so we have this position about after 13 moves, which is roughly equal. Let's go on to board 3, where Palzert is playing against Haring, and they're playing an Italian game, or two knights game rather. It started as an Italian. Bishop c5 is the Italian. Knight f6 is two knights. Now knight g5 is the sharp move, slightly archaic, but it's played even nowadays. It's analyzed with computers. Black has to sacrifice a pawn with d5. It leads to complex play. If black is prepared, then he will get sufficient compensation for the pawn. More usual nowadays is d3. It's less committal, and white opts for a maneuvering struggle. It's very similar to some anti-Berlin lines. In the anti-Berlin is the position where white, it differs only with the position of white's bishop, which is on b5 instead of c4. And even many continuations are very similar. But here black didn't play bishop c5, which is the gioco piano, the quite Italian game, and he preferred more restrained development. Okay, it's more passive, but the plus, this is the drawback, the passivity, but the plus of this is black doesn't have to be worried about the pin of the f6 knight. After bishop c5 in some lines, bishop g5 forces black to advance his kingside pawns, which may be double-edged. In some lines it may be risky. After bishop e7, the bishop stands not so, it's not so active as on c5, but black doesn't have this problem simply. Castles, castles, knight c3. Well, there is also the option to play a4 or rook e1 and after d6 a4. All in all, white doesn't want to exchange his c4 bishop, doesn't want to allow black to play knight a5 to exchange the bishop. So this is why he moves the a pawn in some of these lines. Knight c3 d6. Here black is already preparing to play knight a5, exchanging the bishop, and white stops this plan. a4, h6, useful move. h3. Well, a5 from white's point of view seems more to the point, preventing the maneuver knight a5. Here black could have played knight a5, bishop a2, c5. And white doesn't already, with the inclusion of the moves h3 and h6, white already doesn't have the motive bishop g5 takes f6 and then controlling the d5 square. Well, black has a similar idea. He wants to exchange the bishop after all, but for his bishop e6, he's fighting for the d5 square. If black gets in to push d5, he's going to be okay. So white prevents this. Knight d5. Now, the critical line is taking with the bishop on d5. White takes ed5, knight b4, d4, e4, knight d2, c6. I don't know quite how to evaluate it. I mean, black is active in the center, but white has a bishop pair. I think white may be slightly better, but it's still quite complicated. And bishop takes d5 is not forced, but it seems to be the best move. Let's check the last board where Druska is playing against Juhas, and here we have a Sicilian knight, or so a sharp fight is brewing, or sharp, maybe not so sharp, but it's certainly complicated. Druska didn't opt for bishop g5, bishop c4, bishop e3, these sharpest lines. Also h3 preparing g4 is one of these. He played bishop e2, which used to be a favorite of Anatoly Karpov, the 12th world champion. He scored many memorable victories with bishop e2 against the Scheveningen with e6 and also against the Najdorf with e5. Knight b3, bishop e7, and castles. Now white plays queen d3. Earlier, Karpov used to play bishop e3 here, bishop e6, and then queen d2, knight d7, a4, a long line where white probably doesn't have anything. Queen d3 is a new twist. White protects the pawn on e4, and that means that in the near future he will be able to play knight d5, and this actually happened quite quickly. Bishop e6, rook d1, knight bd7, now knight d5. And black is more or less forced to play bishop takes d5, just as in the previous game. In the Italian game, he was not forced, but he still it was the best move. Well, here the threat is to take on e7 and d6, so there is hardly anything else. So, and we have an imbalance. Black has a majority on the king side and white on the queen side. White is prepared somehow to advance his queen side pawns. c4, knight, let's say bishop d2, knight a5, b4, rook to c1, preparing c5. Black, after retreating his knight from f6, he can advance the pawns on the opposite side of the board. Well, rook c8. He started with rook c8, and white, it's not so much that he prevents b5. Black is the weaker side on the queen side, so he probably doesn't want to play b5 any more. But after c4 he could play a5 and b6 and create some sort of blockade. So starts with a4. And if black now plays a5, white can transfer his knight to c4, then play something like b3, bishop a3, let's say, with a complex position. Okay, now it depends how ambitious black is. Droska up till now is playing quite fast. His opponent has spent already a couple of minutes. e4 is probably the principal move. e4, which frees e5 for the knight and gets black's majority rolling. But he played queen c7, which is also reasonable, because now white doesn't really want to play c4, a5, and then b6, which leads to an advantageous blockade. So I see it rather that he's going to do something like c3, I think. Okay, so let's get on. This were two matches. Let's get on with the other matches. Switzerland is playing against Slovenia, and on board one we have Lavrencic playing against Bogner. So Bogner decided to play the Sicilian. He opted for a Najdorf. And white played bishop e3, knight g4. Well, this is line which Kasparov used to be a big fan of. This line, the standard move now is e5. The Najdorf move, the Scheveningen move is not so popular nowadays. Nobody's ever refuted this knight sortie, knight g4. The principal answer is bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5 with complex play. Lavrencic was not really interested. I mean, he doesn't mind repeating moves against a stronger opponent, so he retreats to c1, and if black plays knight f6, he would probably repeat moves, or he would play f3 followed by bishop e3. So it's Bogner who wants a more fighting position, and he played knight c6 instead. h3 and knight f6 now, and now already white goes to e3 without being bothered by the knight sortie to g4. He played e5 anyway. Knight f3. Already quite an untypical position. I mean, in the Najdorf, you usually wait with the development of the b8 knight, and more often than not it lands on d7 instead of c6. Especially if black wants to play b5 and bishop b7, then the knight on d7 is more harmonious, not obstructing the bishop on b7. But here e6 is the most natural square for the bishop, so he prepares the development of the bishop to e6, doesn't want to be bothered by knight g5, and also by bishop g5, pinning the knight, exchanging the knight, landing the white's knight on d5. So now this is out of question. And after bishop c4 he played bishop e6. Bishop e6, fe6, black has doubled the pawn, black has doubled pawns, but his position is very solid. And it's very solid even if white plays something like knight h4. Black can even consider king f7 after this. So what happens? This is, we have this position on the board after 11 moves. If white doesn't play something like knight d5, which creates the threat bishop b6, but black here doesn't have to take on d5, he can continue rook c8, let's say. If not knight d5, then also bishop b3 is possible, retaining the tension, and white might be able to take later on e6 at some more advantageous moment, or he will let black take on b3, which should be good for white. But black will proceed with his development. Bishop e7 castles. Well, it's a complicated position, I mean, with mutual chances. Here we have Peng against Goroshkov, and here already the position is slightly simplified. We have this Queen's Gambit, orthodox, bishop e7, white played bishop g5, knight bd7. Exactly this is the move and the line which has been played in the Aljechin Capablanca match. In numerous games, in 32 games out of 34, we had the Queen's Gambit, as I mentioned already. Nowadays they usually play it differently. They play h6 first, and after bishop h4 castles. Well, Goroshkov castled immediately. And Peng, well, queen c2, rook c1, there are many moves in this position. Peng played something which is not so usual, because now black can simplify the position. This forces the exchange of at least one pair and possibly even two pairs of minor pieces. In the game it was two. Knight f6, queen c2, c6, knight e5, and now queen b4. Queen d2, white played queen d2, and now they are repeating moves. And black played queen b4 again. Well, white doesn't have to repeat moves. I can play queen c3. I don't know if black is intent on exchanging the queens on c3. This would strengthen white's center. So after queen c3, he would possibly retreat back to e7, but then white might castle to continue the fight. Well, we'll see what white's intentions are here. This is currently the position after queen b4 check. So queen d2 repeats, and queen c3 is a try to continue fighting. Ball 3. That's Olenik against Bentiger. This is similar to the position from the game Neugebauer-Köhle about 2 rounds ago from the match Slovakia-Germany. So let's check how it went. Neugebauer told me that his opponent was excellently prepared. He blitzed out his opening moves Rook e1, knight d4, which is not quite a standard move. I said that a6 is more popular. Also, knight g6 is played perhaps more often. Good, knight d4, takes, c3, a6, bishop f1, now knight c6, b4, bishop d6, knight a3, castles, and here we have, I don't know if it was this position. He played something like f5 at this point, and later he was willing to sacrifice a piece after let's say knight c4, bishop h2, queen h4 check, and black won the game. He got excellent compensation and in the end a strong attack and broke through with the attack, netting himself material. So it's more prudent to somehow stop the sacrifice, I guess. I said something like black played f5. Well, it's white's move now, so white can play it differently. I don't recall what Neugebauer played here, rook b1 maybe or some such move. Well, b5 looks like a reasonable idea to open up the position to improve the knight. After a b5, knight b5, the knight gets to a fixed outpost. Well, black can respond with bishop c5. Bishop has a solid outpost on c5, and the position is more or less equal. I'm not too thrilled with this line for white. I don't think that white has any advantage. Well, but from any advantage to a strong attack by black, as in Neugebauer Köhler, that's another thing. So white has to be in the opening. He has to be careful. And the last board we have here a very sharp position from Karo Khan. That's the Steve against Skrbets game. So we have the advanced Karo Khan, which is ambitious for white. Bishop f5. Well, we have seen here some games with h4, h5, and then c4, or bishop d3. Knight c3 is an older line, which is very complex and very tactical in the main lines, at least. e6, g4, knight e2. Well, best is proven by practice. The best is to hit white's center immediately. When white starts attacking on the flank, it's a natural reaction to see counterplay in the center. White plays h4, threatening to trap the bishop, and after h5 he goes knight f4. Well, here black has played cd4, he has played knight c6, but the most popular reaction is a pawn sacrifice, bishop h7. This bishop now, contrary to French, where it's hemmed in after e6, it's not on c8, it's on a strong diagonal, b1 h7, and knight h5, knight c6. Black has excellent counterplay here for a single pawn. Another alternative is c takes d4 and knight c6. Then bishop b5, knight e7, also quite promising, and I don't think white can get an advantage in this line. Okay, white played d takes c5. Now it's black's choice which pawn to take, c5, e5. But taking on c5 in white to take on g7. So he responded with queen a5. a3. And queen c5. Now the engine suggests knight b5. Creating the threat knight c7. Also, white can freely develop with bishop e3, and this would probably give him some advantage. White played rook h3 instead. And this looks very strange because now black quite naturally advances his central pawn, and he's poised to win the e5 pawn. Knight b5 now. Well, black can take on c2 and then on e5, because white can't really protect his c5 pawn after bishop c2. Queen e2, black has d3, and what's white going to do with the knight on d5? So bishop takes c2 looks really excellent for black, with an advantage, possibly a substantial advantage already. This was match Slovenia against Switzerland, and here we have France against Austria against France. Bloberger against Razafindratsima. Well, Bloberger played the King's Indian attack, so he played as if the King's Indian with white. Now no Catalan, no d4, but d3, followed with the preparation of e4, c5, e4. Okay, e5 is a direct threat, so black of course has to protect the e5 square or retreat the bishop. He moved this bishop to c7. Otherwise, bishop e7 leads to a standard position, but black is a tempo down. Black could have, on move 4, black could have developed his bishop to e7 immediately. So bishop e7 doesn't make much sense. Okay, white stopped any queenside ideas for the time being. Played c3. And after a6, this is the position we have here. a6 is position after 10 moves. Well, I don't think pushing e5 immediately is too good, because it would force white to play d4 after knight d7, and this in turn, white after an exchange on d4, black can target the d4 pawn with something like bishop b6, or play even f6, open up the position, accept the slight weakness on e6, but activate his pieces. So I think a more reasonable approach is to wait for a better opportunity to push this. Play something like queen e2, then maybe even knight f1, and then e5, and possibly with the knight already on f1, white can protect the e5 pawn with bishop f4 in some lines. So this is the position after 10 moves, but the position still remains full of life. I don't think white has, objectively, white probably doesn't have an advantage, but it's an interesting position. Well, on board 2 we have Willems playing against Pyrer, and they played this. Once again, a similar system. We had this in the game of Micha on board 4 in the match Czech Republic Germany. We had this same position. White is not interested in playing d4 for the time being. Here black played, I mentioned the possible moves, bishop d6, c5, b6, and in that game Micha's opponent played knight bd7. Okay, here he plays a6. And after d4, black can play c5. This is a standard position from the Queen's Gambit. Well, what happened is he played b3 instead, c5 anyway. And white is trying to achieve a position with the isolated pawn. Well, black's idea is, okay, isolated pawn here, isolated pawn there, I have good piece play, so I don't mind so much. Bishop b2, and now he exchanged on d4. and played bishop b4. I don't quite get this refined move order because after a3 he retreated with the bishop to d6. If it's so advantageous for black to provoke the advance a3, I'm not sure. I mean, black can just as well play bishop d6 immediately, but okay, this is what happened. Bishop d6, and white finished this development. Castles, castles. Ah no, white played rook c1 first. Now black can play queen e7, and a3 already. White has to react somehow. After b4, I can play a5 with counterplay. So queen e7 looks like a reasonable move here. Instead, okay, Pyrer played rook e8, which is also, I mean, going with a rook to a semi-open file can't be really bad or anything like that. Well, white castled, and now we see why he played this maneuver. He didn't want to commit his bishop anywhere on the a3 f8 diagonal. He wants to build a battery against white's king. Idea is to play queen d6. After g3 I can develop my bishop with tempo to h3. The bishop from b8 may head also for a7. And white decided it's time to change the pawn structure. Well, good. It's pretty much clear black is going to take back. And black's pawns are still potentially weak, but he has his chances on the king side. Once he forces g3, he gets h3 for the bishop, he gets a chance maybe at some point to advance the h-pawn, h5, h4. So b takes c6, and it's an open struggle. On board 3 we have Dotzer, the talented young Austrian, playing against Brey, and they played the classical Sicilian with knight c6, and white's last move was bishop g5. We also had this in one of the previous translations. I think it was the girls. Guecci against De Axala. e6 is the main reaction, and we also had queen d3. It was a different game. It was one of German players who played this. Queen d3, queen d2 is a standard move. Queen d3 is relatively recent try. The queen can head for the queen side quickly. Queen g3 at some point. Bishop d7, castles. Another possible idea here is knight d to b5 with complex play. Queen b8, then, no, first black plays knight b4, and after chasing the queen away, then queen b8. Seems playable for black. Okay, castles, and now already the threat knight b5 is stronger, so black plays a6. And white plays the standard setup, not the English attack with f3, g4, h4, but f4. The idea being to push the central pawn sometimes. e5, maybe f5, depending on the circumstances. h4, h6, bishop. h4, bishop e7, black finishes this development. Now knight f4. Knight b4, I'm not too thrilled with this. I mean, black is probably satisfied or it doesn't have anything against bishop takes f6, g takes f6. These are typical positions for the rouser. Well, maybe white is slightly better here, but even with the disrupted pawn structure, black has the bishop pair and potential for counterplay. But here he played a very strange move, and namely this, which looks a bit over the top. Queen c7 is reasonable. Knight b4, queen d2. Well, white's queen is where it should be, rook c8. And now white doesn't want to run into some tricks like rook takes c3, so king b1 simply. And I would say white is slightly better here. I mean, e5 is in the air. At some point, of course, this bishop f6 is also possible. After d5, this looks like a reasonable move. Well, white can exchange. I'll take on d5, then take on e7, and then proceed with my development. And white is a bit better here. So what's going on in the game on board 4? No, I clicked on to game 1 from the following match. I'm sorry. This is Zienkiewicz against Balint, and that's board 4 in the match France against Austria. So we have Giocopiano here, but black plays something different. He plays h6, stopping knight g5, and at some point he can even consider g5. The more active fianchetto. Castles, b6, c3, a6. Okay, knight a5 is in the air, so we play a4 to stop it. Black's fianchettos his bishop. He doesn't develop it to e7, but to the diagonal. Typical maneuvers as in the Ruy Lopez and closed Italian. And here black blows up the center. Knight g3, bishop e6. Well, he has no problems with development. His position looks sufficiently active. If it were black to move, he could consider playing knight b6 to chase away the bishop. Then after bishop, if it goes somewhere to f5 or a2, I'm going to play bishop f5, attacking the d3 pawn. White prevents this with a5. Bishop e6 seems okay even now, but what really happened is black played b6. This is a very concrete approach. It looks like it weakens black's queen side, but after simply ab6, cb6, if this is forced, and ab6 happened, well, black, I'm almost sure, is going to take back with the c pawn. Black is doing quite fine. His bishop may come to b7. His pieces are fully developed. I don't see any real serious reasons for black to worry. So let's pass on to the last match, and that's Italy against Slovakia B. Here actually only 3 games are being played on boards 1, 3 and 5, because our player on board 2 is tied down. Turchan has some exams in school, so he couldn't make it to the round, unfortunately. On board 1, Jablonitsky, who is having a nightmare of a tournament. He's got only a half point out of 8. He's playing with white against Sonis, against the Italian Grandmaster. And one has to commend Jablonitsky that even in a tournament where it's not going his way, he doesn't shy away from a fight. He doesn't play some g3, Queen's Indian, exchanging pieces, heading for a draw, and he plays the sharp line, a3. Petrosyan's system, by preventing bishop b4, white intends to occupy the center with d5 and e4 himself. Well, the standard response is d5. C takes d5, knight takes d5. It is more popular than taking with the pawn. And now basically white has 2 main moves. One is queen c2 and the other one is e3. And we had e3 in this game. After e3, in the candidates match, Kasparov against Korchnoi came up with g6, which at that time, well, that's 1983, I think it was also, so more than 40 years ago. At that time, it was quite a novelty. G6 actually leads to positions which resemble the Grinfeld defense. And since then, it has been considered a good alternative. Well, Sonis goes for the more classical knight d2. Bishop d3, bishop e7. And finishes his development with castling. So now question is where to post White's pieces. Especially where should the c1 bishop go? If Black would exchange on d4, then the best square is b2. But with the extra pawns on c3 and Black's pawn on c5, putting the bishop on b2 is putting it in principle on a closed diagonal. Queen e2, Black played queen c7. Therefore, I think bishop f4 is more promising. I mean, now you don't have the option to play bishop f4. Well, Martin played bishop b2. I'm not too sure about this. Black is unwilling to exchange now. He just activates his pieces. White plays another useful move. And Black plays h6. The problem is that if White plays, let's say, at this point, with the pawn still on h7, d5 would be interesting. And if Black takes twice on d5, then White has bishop h7 and rook d5. Actually, he can't take twice because the e7 bishop is hanging. But the problem is that Black is going to play c4 after d5. And the bishop retreats, Black takes on d5, the bishop stays on b2, its diagonal is closed, and the d5 pawn is weak. So I don't think White can really afford this. So they proceeded with maneuvering. Now Black can play knight f6, this looks quite natural, but it also allows something like e5 with tempo, which may be double-edged, but it could be dangerous for Black. So Sonis tries to play it solid. Knight e5. Now they repeat moves for a while, and here Black didn't play knight d7 anymore, he tried b5. Well, taking on b5 drops the e4 pawn, so this is not ideal, but White proceeds to coordinate his pieces, and he has some ideas on possible ideas on the king's side. Well, rook d3 is not possible yet, the rook lift, but he can start with the queen, put the queen away and then play rook e3. In any case, I'm not too thrilled with this queen a5 because it's obvious White wants to play in the center, and now this invites him to play d5 in fact. Because after ed5, there suddenly White has the threat knight takes f7. This may come even after knight takes d5. Knight f7, king f7, queen e6, king f8, bishop g6. I don't see any way to prevent mate. So okay, this is a cooperative line, but d5 was definitely a strong move here. So, but what happened in the game? He played c4 instead, which is not so impressive. Now Black can take on d4, and the pawn is hanging then on a3 as well. So cd5, cd4, cb5, bishop a3. Knight c4 is not possible, that's rook takes c4. So bishop takes d4. Material is equal. Position, according to the computer, is better for black in this line. Because I'm going to, here I can sacrifice material and win it back. Knight c4, queen b4. I'm not saying this is winning for black, but black is definitely okay. Well, it's not a forced line, but c4 is definitely weaker than, it's weaker than d5. Black is calculating now. I mean, black has more time on the clock, and this is a critical position in the whole game, so he takes his time to find the best continuation, which seems to be taking on d4. Okay, board 2, the game is over by forfeit, and we have on board 3, Bango is playing against Sabino Brunello, and they played an English opening, symmetrical English. d6, castles, now h5. Well, it's pretty obvious that Brunello has his ambitions. I mean, 200 extra rating points. He tries to create a complex position. White is not impressed. I mean, he stops the further advance by hand. Well, this of course gives black the d4, the g4 square, and he occupied it with the bishop, with the idea to try to exchange the bishops after bishop h3. And white doesn't mind so much. So bishop h3 came, he took and played knight d5. And if black retreats with his queen, queen d7, then white proceeds with b4, and he is slightly better, at least. So what happens if black plays rook c8, keeping the queen on h3 and trying to make it part of the attack? Well, all this is nice, but after b4, white is the first one who starts generating some threats. If black plays b6, then I can exchange black's long ranged bishop with bishop b2, and still white is at least a little bit better. If black doesn't play something like e5, white always has the option to chase the queen away with knight f4. But meanwhile, it's not so dangerous. For example, if black would play a knight g4, knight f4 traps the queen. So white has the initiative on the queen side, and black's play is not so clear because I'm always ready to play knight f4. Good. What happened in the game was a3, bishop h3. He took knight d5. So knight d4. This is an attempt to, if white plays knight c7, knight a8, then black has knight g4, threatening mate. Knight takes f3 and queen h2. But white simply takes the knight, and black has to take. Now rook takes h6. The whole idea is that he must respect the threat bishop d4. For example, after knight c7, knight takes a8, black plays bishop d4. White has no good way to protect the g3 pawn. And well, black has the minimum of a perpetual check, but I suspect he can easily have more. So white played f4. I mean, I'm ready to play Bishop, I'm ready to play bishop d3, queen, bishop d4, queen f3. Bishop d4, queen f3 stops the queen g3 threat, and then I concentrate with my rooks on the e file. Black already has to do something to meet the threat, knight c7. If he retreats his queen, then all this, what he has done in the previous moves, is a loss of time. So let's play something like this. But even here, rook e1, or maybe b4 immediately. No, looks like white has the initiative here. Queen d7 is what happened. So the queen retreats. And this is the position we have on the board. Well, b4. b4 gives white at least a small pull if he plays this. And after e6, the best is to retreat to e3, which means that if black now or later on plays bishop d4, white will have the opportunity to chase the bishop away with knight c2. This is the position we have, and it's slightly better for white at this point. On board 4 we have Lomachi playing against Stachnik, and they play the Grinfeld defense. I see they played some sort of topical line. Grinfeld, knight f3, bishop g7, now he took, e4, takes, c5, all this is standard. Bishop b5 check. Knight c6 is the main answer, immediately hitting the d4 pawn. And after d5, black's not going to take on c3, he has simply either queen a5 or a6. Followed by b5. After bishop a4, he plays just b5. So this seems quite fine from black. White played rook b1. Rook b1, and while the bishop is pinned, while the knight is pinned, now the rook is out of danger on a1, and white hits the knight. Here, bishop takes c3, bishop d2 is rather risky. So black didn't accept the pawn sacrifice and plays to control the center. He wants to expand on the queen side with a6 b5, winning some tempi against the bishop. This is actually, there is a similar position in the line with rook b1 and bishop e2. The difference is only the bishop is not on b5 but on e2. I think on e2 it's rather more to the point. Castles, black played e6 now. a6 looks also reasonable. Knight e5, bishop e5, c4. And now black decided to break open the center. And this should be fine actually for black. A takes b5, bishop b5, queen h4. And then I can take on e4. What happened is ed5. I think this might be inaccurate because it allows white to play b6. Bishop b7 and ed5. This is what happened. And here the pawn on b6, well, it's still there. I mean, it's not queening in the foreseeable future, but it's still there. Black has to reckon with it. After bishop d5, white plays something like queen e2. Bishop d4, bishop f4, let's say. And it's slightly unpleasant. Maybe nothing much, but it requires extra care from black. While taking on b5, after taking on b5 instead of taking on d5, white wouldn't have this option. I think we've already seen all the games the men are playing, so let's go on to the ladies. In the ladies competition, I've said that the Swiss girls have already won the Mitropa. Well, practically this is true. They have 15 points, they drew one match and won the remaining 7. The French team has 13 points. So in case the Swiss players lose against the last Slovenian team and France wins in the last round, they might catch up with them, but this is highly improbable. So the Swiss team is set to win the Mitropa, and French team with 13 points can't be caught anymore. They are at worst case in second place. Then the following teams in place 3 and 4 are Italy and Hungary. They have 10 points. Slovakia in 5th place has 8 points. The Slovak girls are playing against the Hungarians. So Hungary or Italy, any team which wins their match, the Italians have a better score. Hungary or Italy might finish in 3rd place. Slovakia only in case that Italy loses today. And Slovakia should beat Hungary at least 3-1, so this is highly improbable. So let's start with the Swiss match against Slovenia. We have a Benko gambit here. Kazar against Manko. Manko decided to play in the last round to play a complicated sharp game. No holding draws, just all out. White takes. I think this is perhaps not ideal, taking on b5. This whole line with knight c3 was connected with e4, b4, knight b5. I don't know what the evaluation is. Knight on b5, it's connected with some threats in the center, like bishop f4, and then after d6, white plays e5. But I think black is doing okay, theoretically speaking. I'm not so sure what this is. Knight b5. Well, she can immediately attack the pawn, for example, bishop b7, bishop d2, then I play something like queen b6. Okay, what happened is g6, a standard move. Black develops her pieces in the Volga fashion, or Benko gambit fashion. Queen c1, h5, knight h3, bishop a6, castles, knight e5. This is a nice outpost for the knight. Once white has played h4, it's difficult to chase the knight away, because f4 allows the knight to land on g4, and from g4 nobody will get it out anymore. So I think black can claim reasonable compensation in a typical Benko gambit position. Rook fb8 was the last move after 15 moves. Objectively, the position is maybe equal, but very complicated. On board 2, we have Hryslova with white, and they played the Dutch defense. The Slovenian player courageously chose a complicated fighting defense. Hryslova plays an untypical system. Bishop g5, g6, and now simply h4. Idea is of course h5. Well, bishop g7, this stops the idea. h5, black reacts with h6 and then g5. Knight c3, d6, e4. I don't know if if black should have allowed e4. e4 is always dangerous against, so here I would say a d5 is more to the point from black's point of view. It weakens the dark squares, but stops e4. h6, bishop e3, e6, knight e2. Well, this looks very promising for white. I mean, looks like the hippopotamus defense in which black suddenly has played f5, and I don't know if black is ready for such things, given the undeveloped and rather passive nature of her position. Knight f4. Rizlova is playing really directly, and black tries to counter it. Takes. She took with the bishop. Well, taking with the pawn. White's going to swap queens, castle queenside, then play knight d5. This is also advantageous for white. Bishop d3. White has a lead in development, and black's king is under threat actually, because after knight c6, already knight g6 is possible, and queen h5. Knight is attacked, and once black protects the knight, white takes on f5, winning the piece back. Well, it's not so clear. Queen f6 is the right reaction. Queen f6, and then black is taking on c3, so this is complex. ef5, bishop c3, bc3, queen c3, king e2, knight e5. This is a big fight. Not quite so sure what's going on here, but neither will the girls be. I mean, this is going to be a calculating match. White should play something like f4, I guess, to chase away the knight. Now knight d3, queen g6, and then c takes d3. Well, white is a pawn up, but both kings are not ideally placed. I mean, I can play queen d2 check. Okay, bishop d2 is rook e8, and king f3 is b6. It's difficult to evaluate this position. It's sharp, possibly equal. So we will see what happens. If she will find this queen f6, and how well will they calculate, and how well will they navigate the complications. Objectively, it's a sharp fight, and white doesn't seem to be better, so I think then knight g6 from this sense of view is then probably just premature. White could have maybe taken on f5 or played knight c to d5, something like that, keeping more tension. Knight c d5, okay. Knight g6 doesn't work so fantastically. Good. Board 3. Maciek is playing with white against Hakimifard. We have an Imzo-Indian defense here. One of the standard lines. Knight c6. Nowadays it's more popular to exchange the pawns in the center. d4, bishop c4, cd4, ed4, and then b6. This is considered solid, and black holds the balance here. Knight c6 used to be the old main line, and after a3, black takes on c3. Well, in the match Fischer-Spassky, in the first game, Spassky-Fischer, I think Fischer played actually bishop a5, which is maybe also playable, but bishop c3 is played more often. Queen c7. The idea is to push e5 in the future. Bishop b2, and black didn't play e5 here. Instead, she played b6. Queen e2, bishop b7. Well, I don't really like this move, bishop a6, because one of the trumps of white's position is the bishop pair, and here she is exchanging a bishop which could potentially be a valuable attacking piece. Well, black gladly accepts and proceeds to play on the queen side. Rook c8, a4, rook d8. I'm not saying black is better here, but I think she has solved the opening problems already quite effectively. because after something like e4, black is already prepared to take on d4, invade with the queen on c2, and a possible endgame is also going to be more pleasant for black. So this is board 3, and on board 4 we have Gundula Heinatz against Yaksha. They're playing something like the Catalan opening, but it all started as a reti. Bishop f5, c4, e6, b3. Both sides finished their development. Now d3, c6, knight bd2. Actually, here it would be better to have the bishop not on e7 but on d6 or c5, than to follow up with queen e7 and post the bishop more actively than on e7. I think black could have done that. Knight a6. Well, now e4 is dangerous because of knight c5, and the d3 square is under attack. So white played d4 instead, but this is somehow not too much in keeping with white's plans here. More natural is to play bishop c3 and then transfer the queen to b2, queen c2, queen b2, and try to push b4. I'm not saying this leads to some big advantage, but it keeps more tension in the position. This is not too testing. However, I don't know if knight d4 is the best reaction. Certainly looks quite logical. Now I would take with the bishop on e4, not to limit the bishop. I mean, why remain with the bishop on e7? I like it more like this, which is roughly equal, let's say. But d4 is also playable, and after knight e5, well, it seems that black should have chased the knight away. f6, knight g4, h5. Chased it to e3 and then play something like queen c7 or queen b6 maybe. What happened is she played h5. And the idea is to trap the knight with f6, but white can free the c4 square for her own knight. So now after f6 the knight goes to c4. But okay, still the position is quite tense, because black correctly didn't play f6 here anymore, and she played knight c7, improving her own knight. So white has some play, but the bishop on b2 is limited, as is the bishop on g2. Black's knight lands on d5, so it's fully playable for black. My criticism of d takes e4, forget it, it was unjust. It's a very interesting alternative, and certainly more fighting than taking with the bishop. So up till now it's still a complex position. I'll check my messages, which seem to be coming through. Nope. On the next match we have here is Czech Republic against Germany. On board 1 we have a Nimzo Indian as well. And the Nimzo Indian again with e3 castles, and here white played a3. This is current fashion. White accepts the double pawns and tries to play for an attack. And sometimes even, as I mentioned in one of the previous days, sometimes even the rook from a1 joins via a2 after f3, g4, h4. It joins the attack this way, and white's king remains in the center. Okay, here black played the standard move, c5, bishop d3, now d6, knight e2. Well, e5 is perhaps more to the point. White castled, b6, now e4. And now it's important to realize that bishop g5 is a positional threat. If black then wants to get rid of the pin, which h6 and g5 is very committal, it weakens the king side. I don't know if he can allow it. So that's why Vorek played h6, but it loses time. I mean, e5 would have been better with black. Then I don't know if white would have afforded to play e4 with black's pawn already on e5. Good. Now f4 come, and the threat is further expansion. e5. Now d5, knight a5, and she played knight g3. Maybe takes and rook a2. But taking on e5, de5, opens up possibilities for the knight on a5. It can be transferred via b7 to d6 to a good blockading square. On the other hand, white has some chances to play on the f file. So it's an open question. Knight g3 is what happened. And now black played bishop g4. Knight g4 is also interesting, with the idea queen h4, of course. And another idea behind knight g4 is to take on f4 and occupy the e5 square. So this was quite interesting. Black instead played bishop g4, queen c2. The bishop takes away the square from the knight on g4. So perhaps it's not ideal. How should now black proceed? Well, maybe something like knight h5, trying to force an exchange of knights after knight h5, bishop h5. I don't think white can afford some rook f5, rook takes e5. The rook will be trapped in the center. And otherwise I play f6. White has more space, but black's position is rather solid. So here it's long fight ahead. Okay, here we have board 2. Rybachkova against Putinant. And they're playing some English opening, it looks like. g3, and now d5, c4 is the Catalan. We had this quite a few times. b6 is the Queen's Indian, after bishop g2, bishop b7, c4. And b5 is original and playable. Black occupies some more space on the queen side. Actually, a viable line is maybe queen d3, attacking the b5 pawn, and then white occupies the center with e4. But okay, this also has its drawbacks. Castles, now c5. We had this in Zimina's game. She was white and she played knight, I think it was Zimina's game. She played knight a3, a6, c4 or something like that, and managed to gain an advantage. Well, here white, I'm sorry, this was a bit too fast. Here white played a4 instead, which doesn't seem too convincing. b4 and now c4, only now c4. The drawback is, of course, here that while white's position is solid, white is deprived of the most effective development square for the b1 knight, which is obviously c3. So the pawn on b4 gives black not only space, but limits white's pieces. c4, queen d4, knight c6, and bishop e7. It's a hedgehog-like position, but black has these outposts. She can transfer the knight to c5, and black is doing fine here. Bishop f4, castles, knight bd2, knight a5, b3, and now knight d7. A simple tactics, bishop takes d6 is knight c5, winning a piece. So the knight gets where it wants to get, and Black is doing very much okay. Queen b1, queen b6, bishop b3, knight c6. Black is fine here. Black is okay, has a slightly better position perhaps. I don't see any concrete constructive plan for white. But still, white's position is still it's still tenable. It's still defensible, of course. If black is better, then it's only very slightly. On board 3, it's Tarun's playing against Zelbova, and they played some sort of Queen's Gambit. The Tartakover defense. Okay, this is the classical Queen's Gambit, and black doesn't play e3, black doesn't play knight b7, doesn't play the old line from the Capablanca-Aljechin match, but b6, which has been played subsequently, and players like Geller played it, also Spassky played it, although Spassky lost a famous game with this line in his match against Fischer. Actually, what Truns played is the line which Fischer opted for, exchanging all these pieces, rook c1, but now black is not going to put the bishop on b7, where it's limited by the pawn, and e6 is a better square, followed by c5. Okay, black has got these hanging pawns, but he's got good piece play. Bishop e2, queen b7. And I'm willing to trade the pawns, c5 for b2. White's not willing. Castles, now a5. Rook c2, knight a6. Okay, the knight heads for b4, so white exchanges and applies more pressure. And here's simply c4. I think position remains rather equal. I mean, vc4, dc4, knight d4, rook b2 happened in the game. Black offers a queen exchange. Maybe queen c7 is slightly more accurate. Queen c5. It's also not such a big deal. Now I can retain the bishop, I guess. With bishop d5, position looks pretty much equal. Okay, and the last game in this match is Bräutigam against Stara against Bräutigam, and they played some Caro-Kann, but the exchange line. Not the pan of attack with c4, but simply simple development. Knight c6, c3, knight f6, bishop f4. Now after bishop g4, white plays queen b3, then knight d2, knight f3. It's quite a pleasant position to play. I'm not saying white has an advantage or large advantage, but it's easier to play for white. g6 aims for more complex play, but also gives white chances. White has the usual chances in this type of Carlsbad structure with opposite colors, playing on the e-file, playing against black's king side. So let's see what white does out of this. Bishop f5. Taking on f5 strengthens black's control of the center, but I suspect it was a better chance to maybe fight for an advantage than queen c2. Black plays e6 simply. I don't like this too much. Strengthening black's center. I would try to somehow hold on to the outpost, but maybe it's not possible anymore. So a more reasonable idea could have been h3 and then retreating the bishop to h2, and only then playing knight e5. Perhaps knight e5 was a bit too early. Well, f4. I don't really like f4. Why f4? Knight f3 looks solid. And now black decided to retain the bishop. Well, exchanging the bishops gives black at least a slight edge. Bishop h3, I'm not so sure about this. But okay, she has a concrete plan. Knight f6, the knight gets to g4. Knight b3, now knight g4, rook e2. And what happened in the game is f6. Black is trying to play for the e5 break. White's pieces look a bit funny here. I mean, it's more pleasant for black because after e5 the position can open up and white's queen is a bit offside. How do we prepare its activation? Knight c5 looks like the most reasonable move. I mean, the knight on b3 is not really playing too well, so white can reintroduce it into the center. Black can play bishop f8, exchange it, but then white gets some darks, some play on the dark squares. So knight c5 is the most reasonable continuation with with the complex position, let's say. Let's follow up with the match France against Austria. We have Annika Frövis from Austria with white pieces against Cyril Monpeur, and they're playing the Sveshnikov, the sharp Sveshnikov line. So no d6, no e6, e5. This is very topical nowadays, and it's very difficult to get even the slightest advantage here. After bishop f6, black takes with the g pawn, then can later undermine white's e4 pawn with f5. So less committal, more popular is this line in which white gives up her bishop, but black doesn't get so many dynamic opportunities. We had the game Vorek against Manko, in which white proceeded with c4, got a promising position but misplayed it in the end. Well, the standard move is c3. One of the reasons why black can be successful in the position in which he has weakened the light squares is that it takes time to activate the a3 knight, and once white has to lose time, then black can consolidate his setup and get counterplay. Rook b8, knight c2, and now bishop g5. Rook b8 is directed against a4. White nevertheless plays a4. I mean, this is couple of following moves are all theory. B takes a4, and now knight b4. Knight b4, cb4, bishop d7. I think all this has been played in the past. Both players are spending practically no time in the opening. Castles, castles. And now queen e8. Preparing f5. Okay, white stops this. b3, a b3, queen b3, f5. Strategically speaking, if white would manage somehow to keep under control black's central pawns, advance the b pawn further, and support it sufficiently, she would get an advantage. White would be better. But there is also the king side. White can't throw all his pieces on the queen side, totally ignoring black's counterplay. And after ef5, bishop f5, rook a6, queen g6, well, black has his own threats. Even if he somehow manages to exchange the knight on d5 for the light squared bishop and then transfers his own bishop to b6, let's say, even this would enable him to pressure f2 and retain counterplay. So the position is maybe white is slightly better, but it will be a tough fight, and black has tactical opportunities, also some advance of the e-pawn at some point can give him counterplay if he manages to play e4, e3 at some point. So this is the position after 22 moves. Already the players have started thinking. I mean, the first 14, 15 moves they played quickly, and then they started burning time. Here we have Cornilo against Hapala, a Sicilian. The French player is white, and she plays this nowadays quite fashionable line. It's like the central game after e4, e5, d4. It's similar. Well, white's idea is to play against the d5 square. Knight c3, knight d5. This is especially effective if black plays some dragon setup. But Hapala played it differently. She plays quite solid here. Well, knight d5 unfortunately is impossible because I can take, and then knight b4. So white played a3, and e6 prevents this. Black has a pulse and setup, can continue his development. Bishop e7, castles. Looks very much like an okay position. Bishop f4, d6. This is also not such a serious threat. I don't know about knight e5. I don't know if black has to play this. I would perhaps proceed with my development, but she was maybe worried about b5, e5. White has this tactical blow in the center. So knight e5 is a sound move. And if white takes on e5, knight e5, d5, well, white must lose a tempo, and then white has a majority on the queen side, but after b5 it will be stopped simply. There is, it's very difficult to imagine how white could somehow convert his extra pawn on the queen side. While black has an extra pawn in the center, it is doubled, but the e6 pawn is very important because it controls the central squares, d5, first of all. So this advantage is not necessarily so good for knight e5. d5 is very much okay for black. Well, white played bishop, white played knight, queen e2, b5 simply. She develops her bishop in a classical fashion. Now knight c4. b2 pawn is attacked. e5 is a threat. So bishop c1. Oh, we have another pawn on a3. It's sometimes risky to take these flank pawns, but here black's pieces are coordinated. I don't see any extra threats here. And I absolutely like black's position. Black is just a pawn up, a healthy pawn up. Returning with a knight to c4 gives black an advantage. Well, Hapala rather unluckily lost yesterday, but today she's playing quite fast. She has more time than her opponent, and if it goes well, she might redeem herself for yesterday's game. On board 3 we have Alfano against Cutter against Alfano, and this is a sharp position. Let's see what kind of opening this was. Well, it started out as a queen's gambit, but black goes for some stonewall setup. So not semi-Slav with knight f6, knight c3 or knight d2, but Dutch stonewall, b3. This is a reasonable move because white wants to exchange black's dark squared bishop. He prepares bishop a3. Of course not immediately, this loses a piece after bishop takes a3 and queen a5 check. But following moves will be bishop d3 and castles. This is why I don't understand why white played bishop b2 now. My idea is to play bishop a3, so first bishop d3, then castles, and then bishop a3, if black allows it. Well, she played something different. She didn't play for the bishop a3 exchange. Seems strange to me. I mean, in this position, I would follow up with knight f6. I don't know if f6 is the best square for black's queen, but f6 is certainly the best square for black's knight, which is heading for e4. So this seems slightly dubious to me. Black's idea obviously was to control, to give extra control to the e5 square, but later on black played e5, so let's see how it turned out. White went for a sharp struggle. Opposite side castling, and I'm preparing then g4. b6, g4. Let's go for it. Rook d g1. Given a chance, I would play c5 if it's possible. But still, I think with the knight on f6 it wouldn't be so clear. Here, white seems to be on top. e5. Takes, and knight d4. c5, black sacrifices a pawn. But it's really the central pawn. Is it really worth it? I'm not so sure what's happening after knight e4. I like knight e4. Is it not possible? Of course, knight e4 is the best move. And once black is forced to take, queen takes e4. Well, I have a healthy extra pawn, an excellent knight on f5. So this is all gone white's way here. And the Austrian player is doing very well. On the last board we have Bernard against De Axala. Also complex position. Black played a fighting opening, something like a king's Indian, I'm sorry. No, it's king's Indian. Knight bd7. I don't know about knight bd7. Castles is the normal response. Remaining flexible. The knight may go to d7, but it might go to c6 as well. Castles and e5 is the typical king's Indian setup. Bishop e3, now e5. h3, stopping. Any ideas with knight g4? And perhaps white intends to play g4 herself. b6 I don't like. b6 limits black's options. Okay, it supports the knight on c5, but then black can never play c6, or after c6 must reckon with dc6 and weaknesses on b5, d5. A standard way to get counterplay here is some bishop d7, then c6, a4, queen a5. All these moves seem more logical. b6 simply weakens the light squares. Knight f3. De Axala played h5, and she intends to use the chance to exchange the dark squared bishop. Well, bishop g5 doesn't make much sense because black wants to play bishop h6 anyway, and bishop g5 doesn't prevent it. So white should have played simply a3, b3, rook b1, b4, chase away the c5 knight. Okay, she played bishop h6 here. If white is better, then the advantage is absolutely minimal. Castles. Bishop d7. Black has the better bishop, and f4 will be double-edged. v3, c6. I don't know about this c6 well. Maybe I would play king f8, king g7 first, but okay, this is what happened. And now the position, once the position opens up, CD5, I can play CD5 or ED5 as well. This might be, no, ED5 allows bishop F5, not so good. But still, CD5 gives white's D2 knight C4 square, so it's dubious. G5 instead. Why not to F2? And then to double the rooks on the F file. This is difficult to explain. I mean, rook F2 looks more natural. Castles. A3, B4. White is better. Good. White played rook E1. Looks slightly passive. A bit committal. I mean, black doesn't have to take. I can play queen E5 and choose the piece and possibly a better moment to take on D5. She took immediately with the bishop, CD5, and now there are some holes on the light squares. Bishop B5 is an option, and this is what happened actually on the next move. Rook C8. So this is the position we have. Well, there is some threat, so king b1 would have been more logical. I'm not so thrilled about this. Now I guess black can play knight d7, knight c4, knight e5. There is knight b6 after all. Well, it's easy to analyze such tactics with a computer. Queen e5. And now taking the knight on c6 is a perpetual. Queen a1. But okay, this is a complicated line. Still, king b1, king instead of bishop c6. King b1 looks like a reasonable move, move which keeps the tension and perhaps some advantage. Bishop c6 is maybe not so ideal because I would rather prefer to have a knight on this square in the future. Okay, let's finally see how my girls, Slovakian girls, are doing against Hungary. So this is the position on board 1. Terbe against Pochnichkova. They played some sort of Catalan. And black played this modern line here after c4. Black castles, then knight d2, a5. This is actually interesting. Baidetsky played this in round 1 with black against Finek, and he got a good position. Well, Terbe does something different. She hasn't played c4 yet, so she plays knight c3, and now her idea is to get in the e4 push, meaning rook e1. Bishop b4, well, it's possible, but I like knight e4 more. Knight e4, d4, knight d2, I'm gonna play f5. It's complicated, but black should be doing fine, I mean. So bishop d2, b6, a3. Now if I don't want to lose time, if I don't want to exchange the bishop, I'll have to lose time. Perhaps it was better. I mean, bishop c3 is consistent, but bishop e7 is also okay. Once white pushes e4, okay, I exchange on e4 and then play bishop b7. Finish my development, solid position. Good. Simona preferred a more active approach. Now a5. Bishop is coming to a6. This also doesn't look that bad. Now knight d6 is interesting, with the idea of controlling the squares b5, c4, preparing, of course, bishop a6. Instead, she exchanged the pieces, and went with her queen to d6. b5, knight a5, and white forces the issue. I don't know if this is so dangerous. It certainly looks quite okay for black now. Maybe I can simply take on e4 and then on b5, queen c7, g6. What happened is knight c4. This has already been played. ed5, rook a7, rook c8. And white must do something with the b5 pawn. Well, it looks roughly equal. Let's see board 2. Morvova with white is playing her favorite line. Alena, she doesn't really like to play the open Sicilian, so d3 it's practically standard for her. So now we get King's Indian, but with opposite colors. An extra tempo for white, but the knight is already on d2, so white doesn't have the option to play knight c3, d4, knight e2 to play this classical line with opposite colors. All in all, black is doing fine here. a4, queen c7, c3, rook d8. Okay, I'm threatening to take now on e4, so white must react, either take on d5 or retreat with the queen. If goes or play rook e1, protecting the e4 pawn. What happened is queen c2, d4. Well, now white can play knight c4, I guess. Rook e1 is something I don't understand quite. h6, knight f1. Well, black just soundly develops her pieces. And now in these positions, black usually plays on the queen side, where she has a space advantage. White on the king side. I don't see any play on the king side, while black has already started her play on the opposite side. So black is better. Black is simply better here. Knight takes e5. She's trying to turn around the position in a combinational fashion. ef6, bishop f6. Okay, white has freed her position, but if you look at white's pieces all on the basic rank, cb5, queen b6, black is still better. Maybe it's not so much here. So knight takes e5 was a tactical chance, but still it didn't succeed in turning the game around. White is still under pressure here. Okay, let's check the game on board 3. Demeter against Shevchikova. Here we have a queen's gambit. Bishop g5, bishop e7. The Karlsbad structure, the exchange queen's gambit. h3. This is actually what Shevchikova plays herself with white. So she was as if facing herself. Oh, this is a slightly more pleasant position for white. White has the option to somehow combine some queenside play, maybe with expansion in the center. For this, it's better to put the queen to d2 to then perhaps support f3 and e4. This is a standard maneuver, but my feeling is black hasn't equalized yet. Knight a4. Knight g5, looking for counterplay, and knight f4. Stopping any ideas with the sacrifice on h3. Knight e4, knight c5. Well, white is slightly better, but still, I mean, black can play something like rook e7, queen e7, and then proceed with development. I mean, the bishop comes to f5, the other rook comes to e8. If all this works, if she manages to coordinate her forces, then she will have chances to unleash some counterplay. b6 is something which white has been trying to force, because now this weakens the c6 pawn. I don't like this move. Now white can simply take on e4, d takes e4, bishop c4, and white is slightly better still, and has already a target to play on. I mean, the c6 pawn is vulnerable. Okay, let's see the last board, where we have a position already deep in the endgame. This is some sort of Caro-Kann, the two knights Caro-Kann, and white played it like this. Sainkova already played this position once. Her opponent played bishop f5, which is inferior. Knight f6 is nowadays the standard move, and the idea is to take on f6 with the e pawn after knight f6. Queen e2 is a more usual response. Now knight e4, queen e4, then queen d5, or knight d7. This is theory, but knight a6 is less played, but quite interesting. And now, of course, I have to take with the g pawn, but okay, black has counterplay on the light squares. And actually she managed quickly to get a good position. Maybe c3 is too soft. h3 rather. I mean, trying to find out what's the bishop's intention. Not allowing allowing this exchange helps black. Here black is doing fine, although white has the bishop pair, but with these disrupted pawns, black has doubled pawns as well, but white's pawns are not only doubled but isolated. And she went for the opposite colored bishop endgame. Well, there's no really constructive plan for white here, so black is slightly better, but it's also, I mean, the opposite colored bishops are a big equalizing factor, so it's not easy to see how black can improve her position and gain something more than just a slight advantage. The last match is Italy against Croatia. The Croatian player Hajdinic, she was a reserve player, she has left already, so now they're playing their first four boards. On board one we have Medic playing against Brunello. And what is this? This is a Nimzo Indian. Medic is white, and she played e3, the classical line, combined with bishop d2. Nowadays a popular system. b6, knight f3, bishop b7, bishop d3. Here the usual move is d5, cd5, ed5, then castles, or rook c1. She played c5 instead. And the most natural reaction is a3, trying to force some concession. I don't really trust bishop a5 so much, so black would be forced to take on c3, giving white the bishop pair and perhaps chances for at least some slight edge. Castles, d6. Well, she didn't do this. She did this only about 3 moves later, and now black played knight e4. And retaining the bishop pair with bishop e1 is very passive. But after bishop e4, white risks nothing, and black still has to be rather careful. knight d2, then e4, something like this. So let's check what happened here. Do we have there's quite a lot of moves here. I don't know if this has been played already in the game or it's just a line or something like this. I think this has already been played, and white's better here. She has a better pawn structure, and it's not easy to say how well. She must passively defend this pawn on d6, and white is trying to transfer the knight to d5. Well, Brunello certainly isn't too pleased with this position. So let's check what's going on board 2. Zimina is white against Berke. And she goes for the Catalan. Bishop e7, c4 is the classical Catalan. b5 is an interesting idea because it prevents c4 and the game gains a different character. a4, b4, c4 is an interesting try. After bc3, white can take with the knight, getting a small lead in development, preparing maybe some central push with e4, but black just ignores it. And black is as if trying to say, okay, you've got c4 in, but I'm glad that the b4 pawn takes away the c3 square for your knight. So both sides proceeded with the development in a rather natural fashion. f3. White is trying to get rid of the cramping pawn. Well, black has now a dark square blockade, but the pawns are dangerous, white's pieces are active, so I would say this should favor white. e3 is bishop h3, knight d3 then. So she simply took, and now, okay, now I must meet the direct threat. And white transfers her knight. Well, knight d3 is not possible due to e4, but maybe queen e2. e4 then runs into bishop takes f6. Black doesn't really want this, and then I can play knight d3. Well, she decided to use her knight differently, and this is also quite dangerous for black, because the f5 knight is a beast here. Well, Berke decided to chop it off immediately, tries to hold the blockade, but white is better here. White is better here, bishop c1, now knight d7. Rather passive, maybe she should have tried something like e4, but this is bishop f4, bishop g5, so this is also dangerous. After knight d7, the idea is to play g6 and f5. Black would improve her position if she managed to do this, so white in fact should play g4 to prevent the black pawns from advancing. Well, white has pressure and advantage, but still the blockade is not so easy to break through on the dark squares. So there is still a fight ahead with maybe slight, yes, she played g4, she is better, but the game continues. Let's see board 3. Here is Tihana Ivekovic playing with white against Shvedova. This is some theoretical line from the Scotch. d4 is the Scotch, bishop c4 is Italian, bishop b5 Roy Lopez, and this is the main line. e5, queen e2, knight d5, now c4. And after some natural developing moves, here rook fe8, castles, and now taking on e5 leads to an interesting position with unequal material balance. So white gets two minor pieces against a rook and two pawns. Black's pawns are doubled, and it's not so easy to advance them. And if black doesn't play accurately, white can even blockade them and hope for an advantage. So let's see if this somehow, if white manages to get on with this plan. The most dangerous thing which white achieves here is usually if she manages to get a rook to the a file, rook a4, rook a5, and then a3, b4, transfer the knight to d4, then black gets under pressure. Here I think black is still holding well, and although the central pawns can't advance, white is not really better here. Definitely not. Well, the engine doesn't quite understand these positions. The engine considers the position better for black. And maybe once the rooks gets exchanged, maybe this is true. Maybe it's black already who is better here. Yep. So says the engine. Stockfish, to be precise. King e7, king d3. Now I'm going to play king d6, preparing c5 or something like that. King e6 is perhaps even better. So king d6 or king e6, it's not decided yet, but black has a slight material advantage with the rook and two pawns against knight and bishop, and white already doesn't have any concrete play against black's pawns. So white has mishandled this line and is already on the side which is defending. Board 4. Teageci is playing against Radikovic. This is some sort of sharp Sicilian here. It's a Najdorf. Bishop e2, the solid line. And this is, we already had this in Druska's game, the line with queen d3. But in a slightly different fashion, bishop d2 instead of rook d1, b5. Well, strategically speaking, the exchange of the light squared bishops should favor white. And even after b4, okay, b4 is committal because now the b4 pawn is vulnerable. Well, protecting it with the queen b6 runs into a5 and rook a4, so a5, but still now the a5 pawn is weak. And white's shortly going to win the a5 pawn. The question is if black has enough counterplay. I really doubt it. I think knight gets to c6, the queenside pawns are free to advance, so I would say that Teageci is heading for a full point. a5, queen h6, queen e2. Extra pawn and no special compensation. I don't see any ideas here. I mean, bishop h4, bishop g3. Well, I can parry that with bishop e1 if white is too much afraid, or rook f5 and then somehow transfer the rook to h5. Well, more natural would have been at this point to play queen h5, rook f6, and then rook h6. But still, I mean, once white plays h3, the attack is stopped, and on the queen side she has all the play. So I suppose here the pawn and the passed pawns, connected passed pawns, are definitely more than black's chances, which are rather vague at this point. Okay, we'll take a short break. First of all, we'll have a commercial break, and then for a few minutes I will take a rest, and we'll be back to look at the final final phases of the middle game and how the fight, especially in the men's tournament, how the fight for tournament victory is unfolding. So goodbye for a few minutes.
A toto je na čo?
Žeby? Vítajte v klube. Slavkovský.
Dnes sa pozrieme, čo je v mojom mobile.
Ďalší termín je v piatok.
Typos. Vaše výhry, naša radosť.
Žeby!
Vitajte v klube. Slavkovský.
Dnes sa pozrieme, čo je v mojom mobile.
Ďalší termín je v piatok.
Typos, vaše výhry, naša radosť.
So, we're back to the live stream from the last round of the 49th Mitropa Cup in Trenčín, Slovakia. And meanwhile, while I took a break and had a very nice lunch, a couple of games have finished. So, let's recycle it back to the men's competition, to the match Germany against the Czech Republic, where already 2 games are over. As I suspected, the game between Doyer and Finek came to a peaceful conclusion. White didn't play bishop c5 but took on e7, and all this led to an equal rook endgame with pieces rapidly disappearing from the board and full equality. After a few following moves, they reached move 30 and agreed a draw. This was board 1. On the last board, the Czech team managed to score. As I said, around move 8, I didn't quite like this b6 decision. E takes d5, knight b5 is also pleasant for white. Black decided to play knight takes d5, which is not really an improvement. And white simply took a pawn here. Not knight b5 as I suggested, but just took a central pawn. Black was trying to get some compensation, advantage in development, some play, but queen g5. This more or less forces a queen swap, because white is threatening mate on g7. f6 allows white to develop with tempo, bishop c4 check. So black took on g5, played knight f6, and white returned with his knight. Comfortable position with extra pawn c5, bishop e2, knight d5, white castles, and white managed to convert his advantage rather safely and reliably, b4, creating another weakness. But if black takes with the bishop, then white's central pawns start rolling, so this was hardly an improvement. Knight b3, targeting the c pawn, and now white is winning another pawn at this point. So black at least tried to break apart white's pawns. It doesn't help much. I mean, 2 pawns are too much in such an endgame. Knight d4, bishop e2, and now he misplayed simple tactics, bishop c4, bishop takes c4, and now bishop f7. White is going to remain with an extra rook. So the score in the match is 1.5, half, and let's look at the remaining 2 games. This is Vicoque against Curle, which we left at a very early stage, somewhere here. And I said that black's position is okay, but gradually it deteriorated. After dc5, okay, knight takes c5 is definitely fine, but here black shouldn't have gone for exchanges. I mean, when you play a position with an isolated pawn, you're looking for piece play. E takes d5 is the most natural move. This frees also the e6 square for the c5 knight. I can put the knight to e6, control d4, the bishop comes to f6. Black has activity which balances the weakness of the d5 pawn. Instead, he went for a series of exchanges. Okay, this is not maybe so much better for white, but it's pleasant. White risks little here. The pawn is blockaded and it's more pleasant to play. H4, stopping any activity. Now bishop d4, knight e4. White exchanged a pair of rooks and he wants to apply pressure on the d5 pawn. Well, black managed to exchange another pair of pieces. Well, the position is still close to equal, but it's more pleasant to play in a practical game. It's more pleasant to play for white. And this is what Vikok was counting on. So a few solid moves here, queen d2. Maneuvering struggle continues. Rook e8. Allowing white's rook to penetrate was most probably not too accurate. Queen d2, unpinning the knight. And black already has to be careful. If white manages to get even his queen to the basic rank, he might whip up a dangerous attack. a5, king g2, knight f8. Rook b8. With ideas like rook b7, then perhaps already queen e8 is going to be possible. Well, black lost his nerve. I mean, knight d7, rook b7, queen d8, queen g5 is extremely passive, and black probably won't be able to hold the b6 pawn anyway, so he decided to give it up immediately. And we have now this position. Taking on e6 and playing rook b6 gives chances to hold the game with the rook c2, I guess. But white has a stronger move. He can continue queen d4 check, forcing f6. And this is a very, very serious weakening. Rook b7 check. The king stays cut off on the basic rank with the rook on the 7th. I mean, white is close to winning here after queen d4 check. So let's see what's going on in board. A win in this game would mean the Czechs would win the match, so they would be ahead of the German team. So what's going on in the remaining game? Ermich against Gnojek. We left it somewhere here. And to be honest, I don't quite like this. I mentioned white can play f5 or king h1. I don't really like this exchange. Why? This black got rid of a potential weakness on d6. Now white's only active plan is somehow to post the knight on d5, but I can fight with this. Even if somehow white plays bishop g5, exchanges the knight on f6. Well, the knight on d5 won't win the game by itself. King h1, bishop e6. And simply knight d7. Now knight g5 doesn't make sense. Knight g5 is just h6, and knight is pinned and has to go back, allowing an exchange of queens. So white continued bishop g5. Okay, this forces f6, but black has nothing to complain about here. Bishop e3, knight b4, fine move. Hitting the bishop, protecting the d5 square. Tries to maintain the bishop on the board. Queen f2 is a good move. Now white has got some pressure here. Knight f8, a3. And white should have preferred a4, because black can't play a6. That runs into bishop b6, and he doesn't have this simplifying maneuver. a3, knight a2, and suddenly black is fine. Black is actually fine because knight c3, queen b5 is nothing. Knight a2, queen b5, And b4, well, just wins the pawn. Knight a2, queen a2. There's nothing to show for the pawn. Okay, white took the pawn back on a7, but black has already consolidated his setup and played bishop c4. Knight e1 and now b5. Well, knight e6 is more natural, let's say. b5 is maybe not the best, but still, how can here white hurt black's position with the knight on e1? And the only one who can play for a win is black. Bishop e3, and this is the current position. Probably a move like king f7 followed by knight e6 is sound. Well, black doesn't want to play rook d8 because then white can take on c4 and he will have to take with the pawn. But king f7 looks fine. Roughly equal position. So, and what about the Slovakian team? How are they doing in their match against Hungary? Okay. Well, we left it somewhere here a bit earlier. c3, bishop e6, a4. But somehow knight c6 looks like a very natural move, but Pechac started to play artificially. Knight a6. Okay, knight d2. Now he doesn't want to allow knight c4. Bishop e6 drops the b7 pawn, so it's c6. Knight c4, bishop c7, bishop e3. And already one can see that this is maybe slightly uncomfortable for black. But still, it's not such a big deal. Now, something like knight b8. He played rook d8 instead. Bishop e4, 5, bishop d3. White's pieces are slightly more active here. What followed is h5, rook b1, toying with the idea b4 perhaps. Bishop f7, now f4, stopping e5. Doesn't want to allow e5. c5. Knight on a6, I mean, this weakens all the light squares, but what to play? If the knight would have been on c6, by now black would have exchanged it or got it to some active place. Now it remains passive, and black is under pressure. Knight e5. Well, and now he gave up the bishop, the defender of the dark squares. b6, bishop c4, knight c7. Well, the points inception on the d file are still protected. I mean, d6, d7, white can't penetrate on the d file yet, but he's very passive, and he just has to defend and hope that white doesn't find any suitable plan to improve his position. A possible plan would be e6, opening the dark squares and intending to play bishop f4, because king f6 runs into bishop g5 check, and then I go to the e6 pawn is not really in danger. But he played rook d1 instead. Rook c8, rook d3, and now b5. And black is somehow getting to liberate himself. Bishop takes b5. He will manage to exchange the bishops, and white has no bishop pair left, increasing his chances for a successful defense. So black is perhaps slightly worse, but after something like c4, I play knight d4, I give up the pawn to exchange the remaining bishop. c4 it has been played. Well, I don't think Pechac is going to play knight a7. That looks really horrible. While knight d4 is a rather natural move, which gives him chances to play on and hold the game. But still, white is the player who is on top here. He's a bit short of time. He has 5 minutes against 20. But he's definitely in no risk of losing, and is putting black under pressure. All games are still played in this match, and this is Sahidi against Pastor. So where did we leave it? Somewhere here, I think. Just as I said, the exchange of bishops came about on f1. Well, position remains roughly equal. White has some control of the c file, but must be careful about the a2 pawn. Queen b7, bishop b6. Okay, this prepares knight b4, so white played the knight d3 to prevent it. And black manages to challenge white on the c file. Black took a pawn. I don't really like this. I mean, the bishop is such a good piece, but yeah, f5 is a strong move. So maybe black should have been more patient and played g6 instead. Anyway, white plays knight c5. So perhaps this whole plan, queen b6 is maybe, queen b7 is maybe the move black should have avoided, because after queen b7 at this point, well, queen b7 at this point, there's still going to be a problem. The knight can't leave a6 because of the fork on c7. g6 now. At this point, g6 is the way to go, I guess. Not rook fc8. Rook fc8 f5 gives white chances. So he accepted the pawn, and white played knight c5. Black's pawns are weak, so the extra pawn doesn't count for much here. So the pawn is attacked on f5, and white threatens to advance his own pawn. But okay, black decided it's worth it, protected the pawn, and after c7 plays rook c8. No obvious way to break through. This happened, queen d2. White is trying to play for a win. Now he exchanged these pawns, and queen e7. This is possible because black is a pawn up, so the pawn endgame is not winning despite him having a distant passed pawn. Queen d4. Well, time control is over. This is move 41, and now black can activate his queen with queen a6 check and then invade to d3 or e2. Draw is the most plausible result, actually. Let's see board 3. Well, we ended here. I was mentioning bishop takes d5. Haring found a way to postpone this decision. So he played a bit around, trying to improve his pieces. White still should have tried somehow to occupy more space on the queen side. a5 looks like a valid continuation. Black can also stall. He can play a5 himself. Okay, this was maybe possible, but this allows white to exchange on f6 and play bishop b5. So he decided this is the suitable moment. Queen b3, queen c8, a5, a6. So who is better here? Well, the engine slightly prefers white, but how is he going to improve his position? That's an open question. Rook a4 looks very artificial. So now the queen must retreat. Rook a3. Well, queen c2 was more natural, but good. Rook a3. Bishop g7. Queen to a2. Quite a complex position here. White does have the bishop pair, but with 8 pawns on the board, the position is quite closed. And if he somehow continues advancing his pawns on the queen side, well, c4, if he gets in the c4 push, this weakens the d4 square, b5 lets the knight go to c5. So I think, despite the optimism of the engine, I would say black has a solid position. And exchanging one of the bishops, I think, helps him. Why not? Now, potentially in the future, once he gets his kingside pawns rolling, f5, e5, g5, it can be better for black. f5, d4. Is this the right way to do it? I'm not so sure. Well, what white relies on is probably some e4, then knight e2 and blockade on the dark squares. But queen h4. Bishop f1, knight f6. Takes. Black is active play, and the c pawn. Well, c4 should have been played, but still, after c4, rook a d8 or something like that. Black is play in the center and is maybe slightly better. Queen d3 is provocative, it gives black tempo, so it doesn't make much sense to play like this, I think. And now we have black to move. Queen d4. Well, here black could have played rook a d8, which is more logical actually, the last piece which is not playing, and after c4, c6, trying to win the pawn on d5. Rook e5, c4 is not such a big deal. Rook e5, c4, rook e8. This is the current position. White should play knight e2, and after black is preparing f4. But still, this runs into knight takes e4. There is the spin. No, that's rook e4 twice. But it's better to stop the pawns. Knight e2, f4, g3. Yep, he played knight e2. Sharp position, unclear. After f4, g3. Black will have the passed e-pawn, but it's well blockaded, and white's setup is quite solid, so the outcome is open. And what's going on the last board? On the last board, Truska is in trouble. Well, we left it at this point, and I suggested that c4 is not ideal. Druska played c3, but still a5. It's giving up the b5 square, doesn't mind so much, and it's not so easy to get white's majority moving here. While you play b4, I just retreat with the knight. You're not getting any further. Bishop g4, rook a8. Knight a6. Well, white might be better here, but I don't see anything concrete. Okay, black starts playing concrete chess. Now the bishop could have returned to g4 and then perhaps gone to e6. Queen c4. Well, still, black has his counter chances even after a queen swap in the endgame. Bishop a6. And what happened is bc3. Bishop b7, c2. Black is a piece down, but he's winning it back. Well, bishop c8 is a roughly equal endgame. cd1, bishop c8, rook c8, and then I get the rook back. Instead he tried something like this. Okay, I can take on d1, that's fine, but e3 is also okay. Bishop e1 is a heavy mistake. This doesn't really work, because after bishop e1 this is the problem. Black has e2, an intermediate move, rook a1, another intermediate move, rook a4, rook c1, and here, well, here white, black is winning here after rook b1. Rook b1, rook e2, rook b7, white has black has an extra piece, so this is pretty much hopeless. Rook b1 happened. Black has had 3 minutes, it's quite easy to find. Well, I suspect that white will have to resign right now. It's unfortunate from the Slovak point of view, of course, because I don't see. Okay, in Haring's game, Palcert Haring, there are chances, but it's double-edged. Pekhac is slightly worse. Sahidi is just a draw. Rook b1 was the last move of the game. 1-0. So, let's check the other matches and games. What's going on in Switzerland against Slovenia? Here is a game which ended in a draw already. Where did we have this position? What did we have here? I think we stopped here. And white didn't play bishop g3, he didn't take on e6, he played knight d5. Mass exchanges and queen a5. Okay, white has a better bishop, slightly better pawn structure, but it's not so much in an endgame. And black remains quite solid. I mean, it's difficult to see how white is going to win the d6 pawn. It's impossible. So black just continues maneuvering, looking for counter chances. King e6, g6, f5, maybe some b5 at some point. White tries to break through, but black just played f5 himself. And after some exchanges, well, the position still remains equal. It's just too simplified. ef5, and now the players repeated moves. I mean, strategically, white is doing fine, but the position is too simplified for him to somehow increase his very small advantage. Okay, on board 2 we have a game which is finished already, and white actually won it. So let us see what happened here. After queen b4, I was saying something like white didn't go for a draw, didn't play queen d2, didn't play queen c3 either, and decided to leave his king in the center. Played simply king e2. Well, this is not such a big drawback, because there are not enough pieces to threaten the king, and white will castle artificially. Will move his rook h1 somewhere, preferably to c1, and then he can hide his king via f1 and g1. h6, a3, b4, keeping the knights on. Knight b6. Well, the position, okay, here's once again some sort of repetition, and white again tries to go for more. Bishop g4 and king f1. King g2. Well, the pawn is on h6, and this hinders black's plans. Otherwise, black would have chances to create some counterattack. Rook e8, e6, h6. Well, the rook can't go to g6, that's for sure. And thus white's king is safe. Rook a e1, rook g1, queen h5, queen e2, rook e6, and simply king h1. And the next move can be f4, if need be, going into an endgame. It's slightly better for white, because once black doesn't have chances on the king side, white can resort to the typical plan, the minority attack. I suspect this is what happened actually in the game. Knight c8, h4, knight d6, rook g2. Well, black can just defend passively. He can play something like king h7, rook g1, rook f7, or so. He's slightly worse, but white still has to show how he will make progress. Instead he tried to free himself, and this was not a bright idea. Because right now, okay, b takes a6 creates a really bad weakness on c6, and b5 is rook g1, and now a4. And white either wins the pawn on b5, or after a4 I return with the rook, the a6 pawn is alive, and white will retain his a6 pawn and have an extra pawn. So he took on a6 and took this pawn as well, threatening now rook takes h6, king g2, to prevent some counterattack with rook b2, rook a2. Black has no active play here. The rook on e5 will be attacking both weaknesses on d5 and f5. The position is pretty much hopeless. Second rook invades, rook f6. I don't want to exchange rooks and get my rook trapped on f5. It would have nowhere to go. White could free it only with e4, so he plays rook e6 instead. And the rook goes here. g6. Rook d7 I can take. This happened. So why then doesn't he play g6? Because rook e7 check. So black drops another pawn, and the rest is just hopeless. 2 pawns down and more active pieces. Now he's 4 pawns down. Well, white's king is cut off on the h file, but not for long. And here black resigned. So the Swiss players are leading 1-0, but not for long. On board 4 it all turned around, and they managed to equalize. This was this Caro-Kann, sharp Caro-Kann, where white made this serious mistake. Rook h3, d4, and black took on e5. Bishop takes c2 was stronger. Queen e2, but still this is very good for black. He castled c3, d3, lovely position. Knight h6, strange move. It allows white to finish his development. I mean, he can swap the knight, put the rook to d1, and suddenly he's back in the game. So e5 is a very good move. e5, e4. Well, look at white's pieces. Nothing is really playing here. a6, knight d4. White is fighting back, and suddenly the outcome is open. Rook g4, and now he should have taken on h7. But still, black is better. I'll play rook g1, exchange rooks, take on h7, but it will still take quite some time to convert the extra pawn, and it will not be so simple. Bishop e2 is just an error, because now you must play bishop f1, and bishop e7 was the right move. Black went to g7 instead, which is unnatural, because now white again gets chances to play actively and compensate the extra pawn. Bishop h3 is a blunder. Bishop c6, just chasing the rook away. It can't really remain on the 7th rank, because then rook g1, rook d8, black invades. So rook d4, and now rook e8. Rook g1 again was stronger. White played rook c5, while rook g4 gives chances to resist longer, let's say. Well, black has an extra pawn and an active position, so this should be really not so difficult to convert. Now the poor rook is trapped on h5. Threat is bishop f3, so white prevented this, but black can just slowly come from the other side, taking the exchange. King c7, this is the final position. There's nothing left to play for. Black has an exchange and an extra pawn. So the score is 1.5, 1.5, and this is the decisive game of the match, in which black has winning chances. Where did we have this? We had it earlier, somewhere here, let's say. Bishop b2, and black took on c3. Okay, black is fine here. b5 is a nice move. He played rook d8, allowing knight c4, which he perhaps could have prevented, but still, it's not so bad. And d6. We have a hedgehog position here. f6. b6. Okay, white tries to profit from the pin. Knight f7. Hedgehog has been broken up, but the position remains symmetrical, so black is doing more or less okay here. Rook c6. Queen b7 is maybe better, according to the engine. And after rook c6, queen a4, white has some pressure, because now the rook can't move from c6 due to mate on e8. And after knight d6, white played e5. Takes, knight g4. And he took even here. Well, white has a solid advantage here. Better pawn structure. Okay, position is simplified. That's the reason why black can still hold on for a while, but it's unpleasant. It's definitely not pleasant. White's pieces are well coordinated. Well, now he should try to exchange a pair of rooks. But rook c1 drops the e6 pawn, so okay, rook b6, he defends passively. And white tightens the screws here. White is the side. Now I managed to exchange rooks. And look at this. Rook c1, rook c8. He overlooked tactic. And now white has to give his queen. Queen d8. Well, black is winning chances, of course. He has an active queen, and white will have to defend this position for ages without any guarantee of success. So really an unpleasant turnaround from a strategically better position, a single tactical mistake, and suddenly it's white fighting for his life. So if the Swiss player converts, then Switzerland wins the match. So Here's the match, France against Austria. What do we have here? And at what point did we leave the match? I think it was around here. This was one of the first games we looked at. And white didn't play e5, he didn't play queen e2 either. He played knight b3. Which seems a bit strange, but it's attacking the c4 pawn, c5 pawn, I'm sorry. So black reacted with an exchange and didn't swap queens and play knight takes e4. After which he would probably lose the pawn anyway with rook e1. Knight g5. Knight g5, bishop g5. Well, there's no really good way to protect the c5 pawn. c4 comes knight d2. Well, yes, but still, I'm not sure white has an advantage even here, and what black played is also rather okay. c4, knight d4, takes, queen d7. This is a strange move. Knight d7 looks sound, with the idea knight e5, knight e5 or knight c5, and then to land to d3. White played e5, using the chance to do so. a5. Now the c4 pawn is vulnerable. Ideas like rook a4, queen a4. So black goes for immediate counterplay. Doesn't mind the split pawns, it's more important to activate the pieces. And f5. Another potentially weak pawn. On e6, but still black gets his pieces out. Logical is rook takes f6. What happened is knight f6, bishop e2. Now black took. But queen d4 does seem possible. I mean, I can't really develop the c1 bishop yet. White will play probably something like rook a4 or rook a3. But still, it seems that black can defend this position. He played rook b4 instead, allowing white to activate his bishop. And I would say this helped white. Certainly the bishop is better on e5 than on c1. The only drawback is white has to defend his b2 pawn. But okay, he does this easily. So now black got rid of his weak c4 pawn, but white still has the bishop pair and still has some pressure. Bishop, rook a5, king f7, bishop d3, g4. Well, it's definitely not easy to convert this white's advantage because the position is simplified, but he's the one who can try. Well, exchanging at the bishops, bishop d6, knight c2, this is just a draw. So he tries to get some more than that, but black is solid here. Bishop d3, okay, this happened already, now black can play a5. Followed by some rook sortie, rook b3 or so. Well, I would say it's equal. Board 2. Willems against Beirer. I see an extra piece here, so let's check what happens. Where did we have it? g3, bishop h3. Queen g5. Why not a5 simply? This also fixates the pawn on b3. Black has the open b file. Oh, well, it's close to equality. Good. This is possible. Keeps the pieces on the board. Wants to advance the pawn h4. Now white could have perhaps taken the pawn on a6, but still it's not without counterplay. He tries to exchange some pieces first. And black is not willing. Black wants to prove that he has enough counterplay here. Queen c3, d4. Well, d4 is very strong actually. Queen c3 allows black to open the position. So how did black ruin this? Now he can take on e1 and then on d4 with the bishop. This was the right way to go. And I'm sorry, that's queen takes d4. I can't do this. This is a back rank trick which he overlooked. So he didn't find anything better than queen f6. Bishop d4 is nonsense. Queen f6, black should play queen f6 here, attacking both the d4 pawn and the f2 pawn, and this gives him an advantage. This gives him an advantage because it forces white to play some nasty move like f4, which leads to an extreme weakening of his position. But he played queen f6 immediately, which is not so accurate. Now rook c2. Still, bishop d4 is the natural move. And after queen c6, I exchange queens and then take on f2. And black has two bishops. Then the g3 pawn is weak. White, the extra pawn. These pawns on a3, on b3, if they would be on a6 and b6, it's another story. But here it's not clear, at least. I mean, black is doing fine probably. But he played rook d8. And already this is a bit strange. d5 would have been the best move. Instead he took. Now once again, black can take and play bishop takes d4. But then white plays rook c2, protecting the f2 pawn. Bishop f2. Rook f2, rook d3. Still black has chances to hold the game. And this is weaker. Knight b4. f2 is protected, d3 is protected. Two pawns are two pawns. Not so easy to handle. So I guess this was played in time trouble. Repeating moves. And here white decided to play for a win. Now the pawn is hanging on g6. Queen g6 is a threat, so queen, this is what he played, and this is not good. This is just bad. Knight c6 and the following move I can take because white threatens queen f7, queen g8 mate. So this is like game over. Rook c1. Do I have to play rook c1? Well, rook c1 is okay because queen c6 is bishop takes f7 and white is 3 extra pawns. Every chance to win. It happens. But this is also already after the time control, so I see white is converting his advantage. On board 3, Dotzer with white. went on to win the game. We had some position like this, king b1, d5, and knight e5 happened. I was suggesting taking on d5, but okay, knight e5 is maybe more dangerous. Now, computer recommendation is bishop a4. Black decided to sacrifice an exchange, but this doesn't work so well because queen b4. This is with tempo. Bishop takes b4, bishop takes d8. There's a fork on f7 after king d8, so he took on h4, and now white has the decisive material advantage. I mean, some move like knight f2 can't really work. I'm going to play bishop takes a6, threatening knight d7 and bishop b5. This is simply lost for black. So he went for the queen swap instead, but exchanges too much. Now queen a7, and the idea is after knight f2 I can play g3, and the knight will remain trapped. Or bishop a6 first. Bishop f2, queen a6. And this is a pawn and an exchange up for white. So the chances to put up some meaningful resistance are really very small here. White just gradually gets to advance his pawns, improve his position. So really no chance to rook b6 using a small trick. Of course, the idea is rook takes b6 is mate on e8, and otherwise if the rook goes away then I can take on f6 and on b2. White will be a b sub to all he already has extra. So black resigned at this point. And the last game in the match ended a draw. I don't know where we saw it. Yeah, this was the moment, I think. So let's just quickly play through the moves. As I said, I think black has active pieces, has developed quite well and is doing fine. Here there are some tactics, but now black can take on f3 and then play queen b6, bishop c7, queen c7, queen a8, bishop e6, and I'm winning back some material. If he takes on f8, I have a queen and rook against the two rooks, a queen and bishop against two rooks. Well, this is maybe equal because white is going to take another pawn on e6. But it's definitely not winning for white. Black instead returned the piece, and here he is slightly worse, of course, because white's pieces are far more active. But black defends. Bishop e6. Bishop c2, knight d5. And now, I don't know if he had to do this. He was afraid, obviously, of knight takes g6. But rook e8 is a possibility. I can play rook e8 and maybe wait for a better moment to simplify the position. Here white has at least some advantage because active bishops, but he didn't play energetically enough. He allowed bishop takes g4, and this is nothing. Rook d8 is nothing because I can take on g4 and then play g5. Mating threats are over. So white tried g5 and black returns to the basic rank. Has an extra pawn and has parried the threat rook d8. b3, preventing knight from activating, and black tries to win. And now a4. That's a nice move. Because if white takes the knight, the black pawn runs. So he had to play something like this, and here white is a pawn down. It's enough for a draw, but there is no way to win this. So here everything went off the board, and this is a theoretical draw. They didn't play it too long. Here they agreed to draw. Okay, which match didn't we have yet? Let's go for the match Italy-Slovakia 2. Here Jablonitsky against Sonis, and unfortunately for Martin, he again got outplayed in some time trouble. So where did we have this? Yes, c4. This is a move I criticized. After this move, black is doing fine. Rook f1, queen, rook d4, bishop c3 is the continuation I mentioned, which wins, I think, the b5 pawn. He played queen a4 instead. Now white could have played bishop e3. He went for knight c6 instead, and after bishop e7 there is no way to protect the c6 pawn. So he is a pawn down and playing for a draw. Still, white could be able to save the game. Knight e8. So queen h7, queen h8, the king just goes to e7. There is nothing how white could hurt black's king on e7. g7 is protected. Rook d1 instead. Bishop e3. Now he has to take with the pawn. And black played rook c7. Perhaps not the best, but still. White is trying to whip up some counterattack, but all this doesn't work. King d8, now there are no tricks left, and black is going to win another pawn because the bishop is threatened by queen c1, queen e1, and I'm going to take on e5. I will take on e5 with check. Queen e1, queen e5 check. And after king h1, knight c7. So, and here, okay, white can give a couple of checks. Queen f8, king d7, queen f7, king c6. But black has all the winning chances. He has 2 pawns up, position is simplified. So if he proceeds carefully, slowly, he should convert his extra pawns. Martin, I don't think he lost on time. It's move 43. He was probably just disgusted with the position and he gave up at this point. And on board 3, Bango lost against Brunello, so Italy won. Italy won the match. Actually, they won 3.5 half. What did we have this? I was saying I liked white's position here. The engine says f4 is perhaps not too accurate, that he should prefer rook e1. Okay. Well, this is possible, but here black retreated and he felt solid enough here. Well, he has the bishop on the long diagonal. The rook on h6 is misplaced, but this is temporary. White is doing okay here, but it's a far cry from an advantage. I mean, black still has some pressure against the c4, d4 pawns, and how it's not easy to see how could white improve his position. And what actually happened is he probably went wrong somewhere in time trouble. Already black has a very nice bishop, and the a7 pawn is well protected, eyeing for a counterattack. Well, maybe c5, dc5, knight c4 Should have maybe tried something like this, but he started playing passively. c5 only now. Rook b4 is now strong. What happened is rook b2. White should have returned with his queen. Queen e4 was a must. And cd6, queen f6 spells big trouble. f2 is threatened. Okay, rook f1. Now I can take on g3 and play rook b4. Actually, he did it the other way around. Rook b4, queen, and white could have done queen d1 here. Queen d1, bishop g3, queen f4, queen f3, like this. Well, black is better, but okay, the game continues. Queen e8 goes exactly to the wrong side, and now black has a mating attack. I mean, he can't really take it with the king, and well, the f2 pawn is pinned and attacked. What happened is knight d1, rook g4, rook a4, bishop f4. Mate follows. King f3 is bishop c1. Rook f, bishop c1, bishop h6 anywhere. Rook f4, queen takes f4. This is just mate. So this is the final position. Tachnik's game ended a draw in the end. So he was under slight pressure where we looked at it. White had this pawn on b6. Let's move it back a little bit. And he played queen d5, and the b6 pawn is really powerful here. Black is fighting for a draw. Bishop a2, and now rook c1 is a natural move. Instead, white took and allowed black to simplify. But still, I mean, the extra exchange is not worth much, and the b pawn is extremely dangerous. b7, rook d8, rook e1, f6, g3, g5, king g2. White's passed pawn is more dangerous than black's, and forces black's rook to remain passive. So this gives white at least some winning chances here. But now he played f4. Well, a rook a4 is the right move. Rook a4 frees the diagonal for the c6 bishop. The bishop then can retreat to f3. After king d6, I can play simply bishop f3 or bishop e4. And if black plays bishop c7, well, then white can continue and proceed to centralize his king with winning chances. What happened instead is f4, and this doesn't win a piece. I mean, black just takes and plays king d6. Rook c4, I can take on f4. Rook c4 was the best move. Instead, he played bishop b5 and rook b7 came, sacrificing a piece to get into an endgame. Due to the false bishop, I mean, white doesn't control the queening square of the h2 pawn. Black still retains drawing chances because after exchanging rooks, it's enough for him to get his king to h8. But here he could have played bishop b2, and bishop must go to a6, then king c5, and this looks like a draw simply. So this here black will have to suffer unnecessarily. Rook a3, white could and should have played, okay, rook h3, and now the king is able to support the pawn. And now this is move to move. This is a draw. Black comes back just in time. King f5, king d5, king g5, king e6, king h5, king f7. And would be of course winning for white if it were not the h pawn. White doesn't have the I file or j file, and with the pawn on the h file it's just a draw. So the match ended 3.5-half. Let me see what's going on. In the Slovakian match, the Hungarians are leading 2-1, and the last game which is being played is Haring with black. This is the position on the board. He has an extra pawn and winning chances. So the match ideally at best can end only 2-2, which means the Czech Republic are beating Germany, and it looks like the Czech Republic will come out as the Czechs will come out as winners. There are still 2 games being played. Czechs are leading by 1 point. This is the game on board 2. Well, white has an advantage. The Czech player is better. And this is the game on board 3, where white is an exchange up. But I mean, I don't see any way how to avoid a perpetual after rook takes d4, queen f1, king h2, queen f4. So it seems like the Czechs should convert their advantage. They have +1, and they are not threatened in any of the remaining games. Rook d4 is a draw by force. This happened in the game. White could hardly avoid it. So, did we miss any match in the men's section? I don't think so. Austria against France. Well, there is no drama here. After queen g8, white is winning. Black resigned, in fact, and Dotzer won his game. So Austria, France is 1.5, 1.5, and this is the last game being played, where actually white doesn't have the bishop pair anymore, and well, only black can be active here. Rook c4. He can try to get something more than a draw out of the position. Well, he has a small practical advantage, but nothing too threatening, I think. Good. Let's have a look at the ladies. Must have been quite a few games which have finished meanwhile. So, as is to be expected, Switzerland have won the Mitropa because they are leading already 2-0. On board 1, Manko, we had this Benko gambit position somewhere here, and she increased the pressure on the queen side. Well, now the bishop has fallen. There is no way to protect the b2 point. b3 runs into knight a3. So white went for a hopeless counterattack. And she's losing tons of material here. Rook f8 simply. The rook on b1 is trapped. And the counterattack is just not strong enough. Now white has to take, queen takes e5. Black just converts the extra exchange by marching on with the passed c pawn. On board 2, well, we had this knight takes g6 idea here, and I said that this looks powerful, but in fact it isn't so strong. So what happened? Queen f6 was possible, but she played it this way, and now black should take on c3. This is what we said, taking on c3, then knight e5, f4, etc, etc. Instead of f4, white can't take f takes g6 because of bishop g4 check in this position. I mean, this f g6 is just wrong. So but she missed this and played knight e5, and now white can play, well, f takes g6 is bishop g4, but the bishop e4 is the right move. King d2 is not good. Now bishop d3 is correct. Bishop d3, black is a piece up. fg, knight f4. Now g7 is nothing, and bishop f4 I take with check. So this was a game full of tactical mistakes. After king d8, white already took. Queen is trapped, but I have counterattack. hg5, queen g5. Okay, white has a load of pawns here. Well, still the position is not so clear. Black has an extra piece, but she somehow mishandled it. King e3, d5, king f4. King c7, bishop d5, cd5, so rook g6. Rook e8, rook e8 check, and then I'm going to win the pawn. King d4 is rook e4. Rook d6. King c5, rook e4. Here white is in a mating net here. I mean, b6 is threatening mate, the pawn on f4 is falling. White is losing here actually. Oh, but unfortunately for the Slovenian girl, this didn't happen, and she played king c6, which costs time. Still the position is unclear or good for black, but there came further mistakes. Rook c7, king b6, rook h7, king b5, hard to understand. Rook d2, and this is the final blunder. I mean, giving back the piece for nothing. After one check, it's just king f5, and not only white's rook is attacked, but so is black's, and white is 3-4 extra pawns, so it's game over. So with some luck, Hryslova managed to win this game. Actually, the Slovenian girl, who was a great underdog, she did quite well, winning at least 2 games and getting close in others. The last game on board 4 ended a draw, so the match is already decided. This was the final position, in which actually black is better here, but the young Slovenian agreed a draw. I mean, she can take on h2, she can play rook g8. Well, black is definitely not in any danger here. And the final game that's being played is on board 3, in which black has an extra pawn, a better knight against a poor bishop, so here it should be a matter of technique. So Switzerland is going to win the final match, probably with a score of 3.5, clinching the win in the Mitropa Cup. Okay, let's check what's going on in the match of Hungary against Slovakia. Okay, that's tempting. These are my goals. But first, let's see. Czech Republic against Germany. We're not going to go through the whole game anymore because it's already 2:30. Well, what is obvious is that white is a pawn up, but black is very active with active major pieces. Pin knight. White doesn't have really a very good plan how to improve her position. So black is fine here. The only question is if black can't do anything. I mean, and if white doesn't want to win or break through, it's quite probable that this is about equal. On the second board, Rybachkova lost after multiple errors. Let's see the final phase of the game. She was worse in a hedgehog type position, and bishop takes c5. Okay, that's a computer recommendation. She tried to play for the attack. Now she took bc5, e5, bishop b7, and knight b1, trying to get rid of the knight. Well, black can play f6 to blow up the center. White's king is vulnerable. Instead, rook b1. Now g5. Here, white can exchange on b7 and play knight f3. And the knight is heading for g5, and suddenly white has a lot of counterplay. White is doing okay. f5 is a mistake, giving a central pawn. This is perhaps not the best, but f takes e6 is also not ideal, of course, because now after rook d2, white's position collapses. I mean, there is no reasonable way to defend the knight. After rook g1, black plays queen f3 and mates white's king. So this was the final position. And the game on board 3 ended a draw. I'm not quite sure where we had it. Ah yes, we said that the position is rather equal. In the end, white managed to win a pawn, go into transpose into a rook endgame with some slight winning chances. But of course, it's 4 against 3 is a theoretical draw, and in the end, white couldn't make any inroads. It's now 2 against 3, and black defended carefully. At this point, the draw was agreed. Well, king f3, rook h2, it's difficult to retain the f5 pawn. I mean, it's impossible, because after king f3, rook h2, e4 doesn't work due to rook h3 check. So now the last pair of pawns can be exchanged. After rook c7, king f5, it's an easy draw, or rook c7, rook e3. So they didn't play it on. This was the final position. So the Czech Republic, they are losing at this point, 1.5-1/2. And the remaining games on board 1, the position is complicated but equal. And here the German girl is winning, seems like winning here. This is a queen endgame, queen g3, and black can play queen g7 check, transposing into a one pawn endgame. It's move 46. It's quite probable that she'll find this. So it seems to be said that Germany will win the match. France against Austria. Annika Frövis with white. She drew this Sveshnikov with her opponent. Just like I said, black transferred her bishop to the diagonal a7 g1, blockading the pawn, and here, okay, black is play on the dark squares, good blockade as well, enough counterplay to hold the game. A draw was agreed at this point. But Liisa Haapala managed to win. And this looks like somebody lost on time here, because white was this looks like a completely winning position for white. She had an extra pawn and tried to mess it all up. Rook c8, g4, knight d7, g5. I don't know why she didn't just play b4 or move the knight back to c4. Now already black is already pressed and must defend. f5, e5. f6 is very dangerous here. This didn't happen. Knight f3 instead, ba. Knight e5. Wow. Threatening to take on f7. Queen b6 check, bishop e3. Well, this was a mistake, of course, because now black has to give her queen. D takes a3, bishop c5, rook d3. Well, white is ahead on material, so this is advantages for white, but probably there was a horrible time trouble on both sides. And she didn't handle the time trouble well. Knight d7. Well, still this is good for white, of course. I don't know what happened here. There is a final result that black won, and this is the final position, which looks okay for. It looks okay for white. I mean, why is this winning for black? There is no reason at all. I can take on f7 and play rook f2 with an extra queen. So there was something. There was some loss on time or something like that. And they won also on board. So Austria won the match against France. Great performance by the Austrian girls. Where did we have this? Yes, no, we had this knight e4, queen e4. I said this is a winning position, and the Austrian, the Katarina Katar, she converted it in the end rather easily. Okay, maybe not most accurate, but still sufficient. Now she finally managed to parry all the threats on the second rank, and with the extra pawns, the rest is rather easy. Black resigned here. Last game that's being played is an ultra sharp position, but it doesn't matter. No matter what the result, the match goes to Austria. Knight d3 check, queen d3, rook d3, e2 wins actually the exchange back, and it results in a drawn rook endgame. So this is something which should happen here. This is a draw. But well, black still has to play knight d3. So let's go to the Slovak girls. Here we have a queen endgame with equal material. This is heading for a draw, I'm pretty sure. There was a draw on board 3 in this position. Black is a pawn down, but the b pawn, the passed b pawn, gives black enough counterplay. And there was also a draw on the last board. So let me see the we looked at this endgame with opposite colored bishops. Well, black formally was a little bit better, but there is no way to make any inroads. She tried to open the position and white forced some more exchanges, and the game ended a draw. With pure bishops, this is an easy draw. And there is only one game remaining on board 2, in which white is in trouble, unfortunately for our girls. A pawn down in a difficult endgame. Well, but she has to find some computer-like win. A couple of checks, queen d6, king, queen c6, and now king takes e5 is queen e8 check, winning the queen. Well, this is the way to go. If she finds it, she wins the game. If she doesn't, well, white is only a pawn down and has a nice blockade on the light squares, so she might have chances to hold it in the end. And the last remaining match is Italy against Croatia. Queen d6. Unfortunately, Zuzana Terbe is strong and she sees the right way to do it. King c4, I suspect is queen d4 should lead to some mate. Okay, so most probably, unfortunately, the Slovak girls, after 4 wins in a row, are going to lose against the favorized Hungarians, but we will still remain in 5th place. And after starting with 4 losses, this is still a great result for the girls. Last match, Italy against Croatia. A draw on board 1. Opposite colored bishop endgame. So Mirjana Medic didn't make most of her positional pressure, and it all ended in a drawish endgame. After exchanging everything off. And as I said, Tea Geci had a big advantage and she converted it. We were looking at the position at this point, I think. So let's check the final moves. Black tried to create some counterplay, but it was all not quite enough. Okay, rook g5 is more promising, threatening to hit on h3, but still seems way too slow. She pulled over her knight, pushed e4, but the pawns are running simply. ef3, queen f3. Nothing to show for on the king side anymore. And this was the final position. So Italy is leading 1.5 half, remaining 2 games. This is Simina Berke. We had it in the middle game where white had pressure and was pushing, but Berke held fine and managed to survive into an endgame in which already the blockade on the dark squares is almost impossible to break. So this is certainly a tenable position for black. I mean, white may try somehow to invade via g6, but it's not going to be simple. But still, Italy, Zimina is the one who is better here. And what about the final game? And the final game looks like black is winning. This was this endgame with rook against two minor pieces with some black pawns. After quite a big fight, this is the position. Okay, of course it's black to move as it's check, and black can play king d3. The bishop is attacked, and I'm threatening, of course, to take on c2. And after knight b4, king e4, white is going to lose. She took on f4, bishop a4, king f3. Still, black is the one on top. Black should win this, because after bishop a4, king f3, you can't, the threat is rook b1 mate, and you can't approach with the king. King can't come closer, so this is a really nasty position. Knight a3, bishop rook a2, bishop d1, king e3. Looks winning in any case for black. And this is it. So Italy should win their match against Croatia. This means they are going to take third place. The French girls, despite losing against Austria, will take second place. Hungary will be fourth with probably the same number of match points as Italy, but weaker score, less board points. And Switzerland, with 17 points out of 18, quite convincingly wins the women's Mitropa. So a last look at men to sum it all up, if it is all finished or not. There is one last game being played in the match Czech Republic against Germany, but Czech Republic is on the way to win the game, or draw it at least. They're already one game up, so they're winning 2-1 with an advantageous endgame like this. Well, advantages. White can force a draw if they want, and force a match win. So they are going to be ahead of Germany. And what happened in Slovakia? Druska lost this game, and the last game that's being played is Palcert against Haring. Haring has an advantage. I mean, he's clearly better. He's 2 pawns up and has excellent winning chances. And he has got a better time on the clock. So the match will probably end 2-2, but this is not enough for the Slovaks. They will of course stay ahead of the Hungarians, but the Czech team will edge them out. The Czech team will have 13 points and should win the Mitropa. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up and say goodbye to you. And as far as I understand, the next year is going to be the 50th Mitropa. Austria is the country which should host it, and we are all looking forward to this next competition. Goodbye and see you later, let's say.
Ready? Vítajte v klube. Slavkovský.
Dnes sa povedeme, čo je v mojom mobile.
Ďalší termín je v piatok.
Typos. Vaše výhry, naša radosť.